You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Israel, 33 AD. On a hill called Golgotha outside the city of Jerusalem, a man named Jesus is nailed to a wooden cross. He is stripped, beaten, and publicly humiliated, enduring hours of agony until his tragic death. Around him stands a crowd of Jews and Goyim, knowing that they are witnessing one of the most important moments in history. After this day, the world would never be the same. History is undecided on who this man was. To Christians, he was the Son of God. To Muslims, he was a prophet. To the Jews, he was seen as a heretic. Most agree that Jesus was a good man whose teachings were wholesome. Recent revelations put that into question, though, as some are asking if Jesus was truly a plant, meant to pacify the entire Gentile world while the Jews took over every single power structure, secretly controlling everything behind the scenes. I'm your host, Richard Reeser, and I want to welcome you to the inaugural edition of the Bugle Special Investigations, where the world's premier journalists investigate the topics the CIA doesn't want you to hear.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Psych, yeah, that's right. This isn't Richard Greaser, and we're not talking about Jesus. Kind of almost sounded like it for a second there. I guess that was supposed to be an ad. Sounded like a fucking intro to me. That sounds kind of interesting, though. I don't think Jesus was a plant, but he's certainly been used that way. Anyway, welcome to this absolutely god-awful show. More donations than ever, less effort than ever, thanks to our combined cooperation. You give the more donations and I give the even less effort. We are, I think, live again on zap.stream, folks. So check us out there in Zappa, silly, which means give us Lightning Bitcoin. But if you're less gay than that, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you. We're getting donations. They're rolling in from more than one person, maybe even. And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, they do have a desktop client, even though they don't tell you about it on that page. Later on, when I start taking call-ins at the end of the show, I will check the PAZNIA Radio Network chat and read what you said and answer you live. Either way, please do get your ass into the chat. PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Somebody's already said something in there over the last week, which I'll answer, but please say more stuff there now or later, whatever. Today's show, I'm going to give you some tips about hiding stuff that you're carrying on you. And for the building the second realm stuff, I'll be answering Sama's fan mail, bunch of links on. So just basically tearing apart a couple more shit coins from Sama's links. And our guest today will be Rayo 2 with a fun treat for you. We're going to be reviewing something, a special unpublished work from a genius. It's called Fun at School. I understand it's about doing a school shooting, a libertarian school shooting. Brilliant work by a genius, unpublished. Perhaps he died in a school shooting. I don't know. Well, we'll never know. but we'll know that he is a martyr in our hearts, and we'll be celebrating his work today with Rayo too. And at the end of the show, we have call-ins and chat reads after 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to speak out loud or send us Morse code or something. And if you're too shy for that, you get your ass into the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio, and I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. Here's some news for you. In-state crackdown news. The People's Republic of China is tightening its grip on folks who want to leave China more than they were before, such as by taking away their passports or asking you to fill out like silly forms to apply to go abroad. Look, if you want to get out of mainland China, good for you. Maybe you should. Don't let this stuff scare you off. Whether you get out by saying you're only taking a trip and you don't come back, or you smuggle yourself out in a more fun way, get it done now. It's not likely going to get any easier to get out of China. So however you do it sooner rather than later. Digital security news. The state in the UK is cracking down hardcore on speech it doesn't like on the internet. Shouldn't come as much of a shock to anybody. I think you can look forward to the state in the UK getting worse in this way. As always, the answer is to do what you should be doing anyway, which is to talk to folks on like decentralized censorship-resistant protocols like perhaps Nostr or the Fediverse, something like that. The state in the UK is, of course, cracking down also on privacy on the internet overall, asking for more KYC, ID cards, facial recognition scans, do all kinds of things. This is only the beginning. It's not only in the UK where you'll see stuff like this. Folks all over the world need to worry about white market internet access being locked down behind KYC walls. They want to do this everywhere for everything digital. What's happening in the UK is only them testing the waters a bit. It will get worse, and it will happen all over the world. We need to grow and build new technology for second realms yesterday. We need to replace the internet with a good tokenized mesh network, like maybe Reticulum with a tokenized layer on top. Find my contact details on vonupodcast.com/CD, and I'll get you in touch with folks who want to work on stuff like this. For now, you can get around this KYC bullshit with VPNs, among other things. Hell, even children are using video game characters to pass facial recognition scans, which is pretty funny. You can get a video game character to, turn the camera around their head or whatever they're asking you to do in the KYC. And the graphics are good enough now to fool them for now. Folks are talking about how Delta Airlines is trying out a new kind of AI-powered dynamic pricing model. This dynamic pricing system looks at the digital surveillance profile of the nigga whose name is on the ticket, among other things. As you may know, the fascist surveillance corporations have a pretty good system for tracking the digital lives of many folks, such as what web browsing they do, what they do on social media, what they do with their apps, what they buy, where they live, where they work, what their beliefs and personalities are like, and what's going on in their lives, as well as the lives of others linked to them. Or, whatever, other weird stuff like where their fucking pupils are pointed at on the smartphone screen, things like that. How long they look at things. AI has made it better than ever to automate these evaluations and pick what should be done because of them in an auto magic way that can work pretty well. This digital profile is wielded to many ends, such as targeting folks with ads, curating their social media feeds, shadow banning. That's where you're posting, but you're just talking into the wind. No one can actually see what you're posting, or only some people can see it, or whatever. Psychological manipulation. They want to keep you engaged with the platform by showing you what you want to see, but sort of nudging you in the right direction and not showing you things that you might not know about, and so on. And of course, there's tracking, hijacking, and fucking with dissident groups and movements. Black Lives Matter may not have started, take Black Lives Matter, might not have started as something that George Soros came up with. They might have just been hijacked and turned into something else. Anyway, so Delta Airlines is at the forefront of wielding the digital surveillance profile to the end of individualized dynamic pricing. They give you a different price for a plane ticket than other people based on your digital surveillance profile. Now, dynamic pricing is nothing new. Asking for more cash when tickets are sold last minute, or even having like a sliding price scale, giving one price to one guy, another price to another guy. None of that's new. Prices in a market are dynamic, of course, and there's nothing wrong with doing this at the end of the day. But that doesn't stop folks from getting triggered about this. Yes, Delta might charge more for a ticket because the AI knows you need to go to a family member's funeral or you need to fly to have a medical procedure. Does that trigger you? Well, it should trigger you much earlier than the time when Delta charges you for a ticket. It should trigger you when you are asked to leak private information to begin with. Who cares whether they do something with the information afterward? Of course they will. They have to. You can't blame them for trying. You should blame yourself for leaking the information. And if you want to pick a fight with something systemic, it should be with the corporate surveillance state itself, not dynamic pricing. The servile society and its surveillance culture is what you need to take down. Dynamic pricing on its own is all right, if you ask me. Anyway, you can look forward to this kind of thing happening more, and not only with airlines either. I'm pretty sure Amazon already does something like this. I think the American supermarket chain Kroger even tried out something like this with facial recognition once. So yeah, you'll likely see individualized pricing more and more. It's not going away. What you can do is keep each side of your life apart from the rest of your life as much as you can. You could run Cubes OS, Graphene OS, make the most of VPNs and Tor, pay with cash, Monero debit cards, have stuff shipped to one or more ghost addresses, have some basic bitch operational security. That alone gets rid of most of your surveillance profile. I know that this doesn't fix everything, though. I mean, take funerals and medical travel. A lot of folks have health insurance and plane tickets under the same name. And it's often the same name that's linked to family members who are openly posting obituaries and they're talking about the funeral. For many of you, it's not easy to fix that. Yes, you can have your health stuff under another name and you can fly under another name, but a lot of you won't bother with that. That, among other things, is why there's such a big need to build more second realms, such as zero knowledge insurance networks and transport networks. But for now, you can fly under another name if you pull off the right paper trip, or better yet, merely drive if you can. The state in the US is intertwining every big, this is kind of related to that, intertwining every big tech AI company into the entire white market healthcare system. Yes. This is as bad as it sounds. This is straight out of stuff the WEF wrote, I think, years ago. This is a technocratic globalist play to hand over all white market health records to the fascist AI surveillance complex and to wield it to every scary, evil end that you can think of. The way things are going, it is more and more becoming such that you cannot sit on the sidelines of this shit anymore. You can't keep one foot in the first realm and one foot in the second forever. You have to pick one. As hard as it may seem, you need to put in the work to set up as much of your health care as you can outside of the traditional white markets. Healthcare is kind of a big deal. Without your health, you have nothing. You need to take care of yourself, getting good sleep, eating right, taking care of your fitness, so that you don't have so many health problems to begin with. Healthcare industries aren't the same everywhere, so I can only draw in broad strokes here, but for primary care, trying to get in touch with somebody cool, like a direct primary care doctor. That's something in the US, the direct primary care, or maybe a nurse in some countries. A lot of countries, the state monopolizes healthcare, or at least healthcare insurance, and causes all sorts of funny, wonky things. Like it's hard to even get a doctor, but in some places, nurses can write prescriptions and referrals and stuff, so there's a private market for that. Some nurses can do pretty much anything. I mean, general practitioner doctors are pretty dumb typically, so a nurse that can write referrals and prescriptions is pretty much as good. The more off the books your healthcare is, the better. If you can find someone to just pay them cash directly, that's good. Keep your healthcare apart from where you live, where you work, and your social life. So whatever you do, if you must have prescriptions or surgeries or whatever done under a certain name, keep it apart from where you live and from where you work and your social life as much as you can. Just keep things apart. That will minimize the damage. Have another name for each of these things. For drugs, you may even think about getting them from a dark net markets instead of going with prescription. Sometimes it's better and less trouble anyway. At the end of the day, we must build zero knowledge protocols for things like insurance and healthcare. If you want to talk about building stuff like that, get in touch with me, VonuPodcast.com/CD. All right, let's talk about this bullshit 51% attack against Monero that didn't even happen. There was no 51% attack carried out against Monero. Let's get that out of the way. There wasn't one. Didn't happen. So what did happen? What did happen is that some shitcoin network tried to do a 51% attack against Monero, and it didn't even get close to working. What also happened is that said shitcoin network talked a big game about this and tried very hard to make it seem like a bigger deal than it was. And they may well have also been lying about how big their hash rate was at times. A lot of folks said this was a publicity stunt so they could pump the price of their shitcoin, among other things. Well, yes, of course it was. And it worked, by the way. Their shitcoin's price skyrocketed. I hope they're doing a pump and dump now, because this is likely the last time they can pull something like that off. So yeah, of course it was a publicity stunt, but was that all it was? No, I don't think so. First off, why did they pick Monero? Well, the shitcoin network in question needs Monero to even work at all, as it does. So they would be shooting themselves in the foot if they did something bad to Monero. And they said that it was merely a friendly attack on the Monero network, that they wanted to bring the 51% attack thing to the forefront and help folks see that it's still something to worry about, or perhaps do something about. Are they telling the truth? I think they might be. On one hand, Monero is the top privacy coin, and the one that the state and its spooks would most like to take down or fuck with in some way. So it's not crazy to wonder if maybe these guys are working with them to undermine Monero, and they don't mind shooting themselves in the foot because their own shitcoin is merely a pump and dump scam anyway. Yeah, that could be so, but I don't know. I think they might be telling the truth. Maybe they do care about Monero. And they truly do worry about the 51% attack, and that's why they wanted to bring it to the forefront. Well, that, and they wanted to pump their shitcoin too. And you know what? I don't blame them. Like, I too think that the 51% attack is something folks should worry about a bit more than they do. And all in all, drumming up fears about attacks against proof of work networks is only going to be good for them. It's good to attack the network, see what can be done, see how bad it is, and talk about if the network can be strengthened more against it in any way. So what can I say? Good on them for trying a 51% attack against Monero. That's good for Monero. It's a coming of age. It's not the first time somebody's done something like that. And somebody should be doing stuff like this. So I'm glad they did it. Of course, more Monero mining should be done on P2 Pool, which would help a lot with this kind of thing. And perhaps Monero, the Monero protocol could change to be stronger against this kind of thing, but I'm not quite ready to weigh in on that right now. Now, as you might know from listening to this show, I am somewhat skeptical of blockchain and proof of work to begin with. Yes, I love blockchain and proof of work, and I think they have some staying power, but I don't think they're the right tool for every job. I think we need more chainless cryptocurrencies and dApps, and I think we need more incentive algorithms along the lines of proof of resource, like from the Safe network or something like that. And one of the many good things about chainless proof of resource networks is, of course, they have no 51% attacks. All right. Small time thugs news. Small time thugs. Each news section needs a theme song. At a jazz festival in Ohio, two folks were beaten up pretty badly by a bunch of folks, and a very big crowd merely watched as it happened. About one nigga out of like 100 folks even bothered to call the bludgies. The state is seemingly doing not much about it and doesn't want anybody to share evidence of what happened either. They get mad at you. for posting footage. As I so often do, I bring this up only to tell you what you should already know. The state isn't going to help you. They're only here to hurt you. Your security is up to you, first and foremost. You should likely carry a gun, or at the very least a knife or something. And you should go to classes where they have multiple attacker drills pretty often, because multiple attackers is a common thing and it's hard to deal with. So you should be very familiar with it. Last month, I talked about Christians being attacked for their beliefs in and near Seattle. Well, that's gotten worse. And now it seems Christians are being killed for their beliefs. And the bludgies don't seem to mind too much at the end of the day. So I bring this up again, only so you know that it can happen. And because I'm sure this trend won't stop at Seattle, religious persecution, violent religious persecution, even against a major religion, is alive and well in America. Here's a little bit of disaster news for you. You should be aware that right now, and for the next few months or so, the odds are higher for a disaster of some kind from a solar flare or something like that. You see, the sun is at the peak of its 11-year cycle, which isn't a big deal on its own. But on top of that, the Earth's magnetosphere is weakened right now, and there may be more iron between the Earth and the sun because of a meteor shower, among other things. Also, some folks, this is kind of an aside, but I think it's worth talking about. Some folks think that the Earth's magnetosphere is long overdue for a flipping event that happens every however many thousands of years or so. I can't remember. This is where the North and South poles swap places. Yes, that's right. North becomes South, South becomes North, and it stays that way for a long time. There's a bunch of evidence that this has happened before. While this is happening, while they're swapping, it's pretty much like a really bad geomagnetic storm that leaves the Earth more open to solar flares, among other things. Some folks think this has happened many times before and that it's long overdue. There is some geological evidence for that and stuff. Not saying it's going to happen now or anything, but if it was going to happen soon, the next few months would seem like a time that it might happen. It's just a gut feeling. So yeah, solar flares, geomagnetic storms could happen anytime between now and say November or so. These things can always happen, and it might not happen, but it's merely more likely now than it is most of the time. Hopefully nothing happens at all, but you should know that it's more likely. What can you do about it? Well, a solar flare and geomagnetic storm that can happen because of it is not wholly unlike an EMP attack. You'd want to do the same stuff with your electrical power and electronics that we do for an EMP attack. And I would once again say that you want a hidden nuclear biochemical shelter with enough food and supplies for over a year. Hopefully you don't need that because of a solar flare or something, but these things can blow power transformers and fuck up the food supply, much like an EMP attack can. So better safe than sorry. If we make it to November or December and nothing happened, then it's kind of back to every day for the sun stuff. War news. Not much war news, thankfully. There was a ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. Seems like they've cooled off for now, but it won't be the last time they fight for sure. Seems like tensions are growing there. Blah, blah, US and Russia, blah, blah, Ukraine, blah, blah, tariffs, sanctions, blah, blah, threatening to go to war. Yeah, none of that Ukraine stuff is likely to trigger World War III. I wouldn't listen too much to anybody who says it will. A nuclear World War III is very likely coming, and it likely won't be much more than a few years away at most. But no, I don't think it will happen because of anything to do with the Ukraine. I don't think it's imminent. Who cares if the US and Russia are threatening each other? They've been doing that for 70 years, dude. It takes much more than that to signal imminent war. Thank God the news is over. Except for this news, Self-Liberation Book Bundle came out on Liberty Under Attack. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. A small library coming in at 27 books. And these aren't any old books. These are the fucking Liberty Under Attack books. The most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world. Kind of like Paladin Press and Lumpanics were, and they're long gone now. You can always pirate the old books, but for now, you can get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have at Lua with the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Save big. Start your self-liberation library today. libertyatterattack.com/SL bundle. Please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate Shane, liberate the critters of the earth, liberate, liberate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyatterattack.com/SL bundle. And tell them Thane sent you. Do you want to officially join the Second Realm? You can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA Network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every day or masturbate at least if they don't, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. That's THANE, by the way. It's not Shane or Zane, as much as I appreciate your all the jokes you make that are harmful to our business. On the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. That's right. He doesn't just talk about Jesus being a fucking CIA plant. Okay. He's also a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he's going to take you through a fucking tour of deep tracks, as well as entertaining and enlightening banter. An overall great time. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Okay. I'm supposed to talk about hiding stuff that you're carrying on your body. So I'll do that. Let's see. All right. Here's my notes. Carrying stuff, and that's on your body, and you're hiding them. That's a thing people do. It's a big thing. It's good to carry stuff. I'll talk about fighting tools. This is some basic bitch stuff I have to say here. So places where people carry concealed weapons. Yeah, it's often guns, but it doesn't have to be a gun. We've got inside waistband holster on the front, an inside waistband, the IWB holster on the side, shoulder holster, under the shoulder, whatever, pocket holster, bag holster, and a drop holster. What? That's not a concealed carry thing, but it could be. I'll tell you a little about that in a second. So IWB holster on the front seems to be the most popular thing these days. Yeah, I mean, that's good. It's good. It works with a lot of different outfits. People seem to like it. There's nothing wrong with that. I guess the biggest thing is if you're afraid of shooting your own dick off. That's the main thing that might put you off from an IWB holster on the front. IWB holster on the side, nothing wrong with that. It can be awkward for some more than others. People who have small waists, it can be kind of weird because like it bulges a lot and it seems weird for them. Shoulder holster, where it's like under your arm. It's like in the 80s movies where the cop takes off his jacket and under that he's got the gun under his arm. That's actually a really good one that has fallen from grace these days. It doesn't work with every outfit. You need to have either a jacket on or whatever. I mean, you can have a snap button shirt that's kind of baggy that you can quickly open. They even make we'll talk about clothing brands like Vertex today. I think Vertex and probably others, I don't know, maybe 511 or something, make shirts that look like button-up shirts, but it's really snap buttons, or at least the top ones are snap buttons that are easy to rip away. It's actually cool. It's easier to draw from a shoulder holster when you're in a seated position. It's a little more awkward if you're with an IWB holster when you're seated. Pocket holster, having a gun in your pocket's not ideal. But if you must, a pocket holster is better than just throwing it in there loose. You fucking street gang member. Bag holster, which could be a pocket holster that you stick in a bag, or it could be like a bag that has the fucking holster knitted right into it, because they sell it for that. It's like a CCW bag. If you search for that, you'll find bags that are made for that. It's cool, but the biggest, it's not the best. The best thing about it is that it works with any outfit, because it's not even a part of your outfit. It's not on your body directly. But bags are mostly, you mostly want to stay away from keeping a weapon in a bag. For one, people always take their bags off and set them down. That's not good. If you have it in your bag, the bag should stay on you. Maybe it's a fanny pack or a fucking crossbody bag that you keep on you. That's not as bad, but a lot of people take them off or put them down. Like if it's like a purse over the shoulder bag of some kind or a backpack, people tend to take them off, put them down. Other thing is, if you're being mugged or something and it's like a purse or an over the shoulder bag, muggers typically go for the bag first. Sometimes they even have a knife to cut the strap or something. So that's not great. Drop holster. Why did I mention drop holsters? Drop holsters are something people use on the range because they think it's cool and it's comfortable. And it's kind of like tactical, like if you were a soldier, go into battle out in the open and you weren't concealing the gun at all, your sidearm could be in a drop holster, right? So why do I bring this up here? I'm talking about hiding things. Well, there is a pretty weird way that you can conceal a drop holster by putting it right on your leg under your pants and cutting like a hole, having like a pass through in your pocket or something. It's pretty awkward to make this. It takes a lot of messing around to make this work. You're kind of on your own there, but just know that it's a thing you can do, and you can get it to work, and it's very sneaky because nobody does this. Let's talk a little about tricks up your sleeve. Trick clothing. Yeah. What do I mean by trick clothing? Trick clothing is like clothes that they make they look like normal everyday clothes, but they have secret tactical features like hidden pockets and things like that. Or they're, whatever. They have fucking articulated joints, or they're a tiny bit stretchy, or whatever. They're tactical. They don't look tactical, but they're tactical. It's like low profile tactical clothing. Off the top of so 5.11 is a popular brand of that. They market stuff for like cops and like mall ninjas like you. And there's a brand called Vertex, Vertex. That's pretty cool. They have stuff like that like it looks like normal stuff, but it's not normal. There's pass-through pockets and hidden little pockets and whatever. It's fucking stretchy, tiny bit stretchy. Made with technical fabrics, things like that. Anything marketed for CCW, concealed carry weapon. So if you put like a keyword for some everyday item like jeans or a hoodie or fucking bag, and you just put CCW with it, then you'll get stuff like this. Also, the word tactical It's kind of like this too. Tactical jeans, tactical hoodie, tactical this or that. Might work for finding weird stuff. More tricks up your sleeve. Disguised things. These are things that look like other things. Okay. One of those kinds of things is like a stash holder. This is something that is infamous for, people put their weed in there. Like, let's say a shaving cream can. It looks like a working shaving cream can. You can spray shaving cream out of it. But the bottom or something, or the top, screws off, and there's a hidden compartment where you can put stuff in it, or whatever. It could be a water bottle. They make stuff like this, little stash containers that look like other things. Cops, bludgies do know about these things. So you might want to watch out for that. You might want to get like a weird one, or sort of come up with your own thing, depending on what your threat model is. They also have like tiny things with little hidey holes in them, like a coin, something that looks like a fucking quarter, but it secretly you can hide something inside the quarter. All pens, for the most part, have spaces you can hide stuff inside them. But once again, like if you get searched by a bludgy, they look inside pens. They're not that dumb. They do well, unless they don't care that much about you, or you're kind of doing a good job at seeming friendly and non-threatening. They might not bother. If they're feeling lazy or short on time, they might not unscrew the pen. You never know, but they can. And then we have fighting tools that look like other things, like the old-fashioned sword cane. You have a cane or umbrella or something, and there's a fucking sword inside of it, or a pen gun. How about that? You can fire a 22, a single 22 out of a pen. Or there's the old-fashioned switchblade that's meant to look like a folding comb, which is like the oldest one in the book. Bludgies are well aware of. Bludgies have been aware of those since the 50s. If somebody catches you with a folding comb on you, and you don't look like a greaser from Rebel Without a Cause or Easy Rider or something, then they'll be like, why the fuck are you carrying a folding comb on you? This is obviously a switchblade. It's a really weird thing to carry on you now. But anyway, there's new versions of it that aren't as weird. Tactical pens. There's something that, well, you'd think that would be something that looks like something else, right? But not really. Most things you buy that are called tactical pens look like tactical pens. They don't look like normal ass pens. So for the most part, you shouldn't get them. Instead, you should get a pen that's accidentally tactical. It's already made of some sturdy metal. I mean, all pens are pointy. Okay, so you just need a pen that's made of some sturdy metal, which could be most Fisher Space pens are made out of brass, and there's also some Parker pens are made out of metal. Whatever, man, as long as it's sturdy, then it's tactical. If it doesn't look like a tactical pen, that's better. There's a lot of disguised lockpicks or handcuff keys. They could be inside like a credit card, or it could be like a hairpin. You could tie a fucking handcuff key to a hairpin or something. I don't know. And then we've got James Bond shit, walkie-talkie watch, glasses with mirrors in them so you can see behind you. All sorts of weird little things disguised as other things that you can buy or make yourself. Let's talk a little about hiding tiny things. Tiny things are the easiest things to hide, and some tiny things are very good to have. Here's a few tiny things worth hiding. An escape kit, also called a restraint defeat kit. Escape kit or restraint defeat kit. And these can contain things like a handcuff key, a tiny saw or jagged blade of some kind, or lockpicks. Remember, a handcuff key There are some of those pants in the Trick clothing brands. There, I mentioned they have pants that have a tiny pocket behind the belt and the back of your pants and the back of your waistband. There's a tiny pocket. That's usually where your hands are handcuffed when you're handcuffed. Most cops, they should, but they don't search under the waistband thoroughly when they handcuff someone. They usually don't do that. You can put a handcuff key there. Most of the time, you'll get away with it. If you have that, you can unhandcuff yourself. It's kind of funny that bludgies don't check there more often. But if someone ties you up with cable ties or rope or twine or whatever the fuck, this is where the tiny saw comes in handy. And this could be an abrasive kind of little cord thing. They're not all like flat metal saws. It could be like a cord that's abrasive. It's hard to describe, but some escape kits or restraint defeat kits have something like this in it, where or it could even be like a fucking, what's the word? Like a Kevlar Kevlar line. You can saw through your restraints if you hide these things where your hands are likely to be when they're restrained. Most people will tie your hands behind your back. Sometimes near your head. Yeah, if your hands are over your head, it's not that common, but might not be a bad idea. You could hide something in your hair. It's not out of the question. Or in the front of your waistband. Yeah, well, people usually will tie your hands behind your back. So behind the back waistband is a good place to put a handcuff key or a tiny saw thing. And remember, there is a such thing as a high security handcuffs that can't be undone by a normal handcuff key, but you can get a high security handcuff key if you want to be really paranoid. And of course, tiny lock picks. Let's not forget that. Other tiny things you can hide on you. Gold wire. You could go a long way with a bit of gold wire if you sell that. So it doesn't take a lot of space to hide some gold wire on you. It's a lot of money. And of course, a micro SD card. We got Star Trek shit now. You can have a terabyte of data on you, and it's so small that it's really hard to find. You could sneak a micro SD card of sensitive encrypted data into Fort Knox or onto an airplane or whatever. It's pretty easy to hide. So it's so small it might not even make a metal detector go off. Here's some spots to hide tiny things. Tiny hidden pockets found in trick clothing, as I mentioned before. Inside disguised stash holders that I brought up before. Sewn into your gear, just like in Beavis and Butthead Do America. You can sew a tiny thing into your fucking shorts. In your mouth. You can hide something in your mouth or in your hair or in your underwear. And of course, you can put it in a condom or a tampon and shove it up your ass or pussy. And finally, we have surgically implanted. If you have some watertight, you have some implant grade material, watertight titanium, polyurethane, silicone, you can have it surgically implanted in your body since you're fucking Jason Bourne. Let's talk about narrow things. Narrow things are things that might be long, but they're still narrow. So they're long in one dimension, but they're not, wide or deep. You can hide a shank, something pointy you can stab people with. You can hide a garrote, like some piano wire that you can choke / slit somebody's throat with. It's a pretty ugly way to kill somebody. You better steel yourself before you do that one. A straightened wire hanger. Straightened wire hanger has all sorts of uses. If you practice, you can even undo a chain lock on someone's door by sticking a wire hanger through there. Some antenna or wire, and anything that's flat, you can roll it up and it becomes a long thing if it's flexible. Some spots to hide narrow things: inside a sleeve or a pant leg, behind a jacket or a shirt, and of course, inside another narrow thing, like a cane or an umbrella. Let's talk about flat things. Flat things. Some flat things you can hide. Masks. It could be a ready mask, which is a thing that You can stick a ready mask on your face, and then someone can spray you in the face with fucking pepper spray, or they can. I wonder if does it hold up to tear gas? It probably does. Ready masks are pretty useful to have, and they're pretty easy to conceal on your person. Surgical mask for concealing your face, or a bandana. You can have a bullet or stab resistant insert. You can have a camo cover or poncho. So if you suddenly want camo, they pack down pretty tight, but you can cover yourself in camo pretty quickly with one of them. Of course, cash and sundry documents, anything you can imagine that can be written down on paper, is a flat thing that you can hide. A few spots you can hide flat things: along the inside of a jacket or a coat, inside the lining of clothing or a bag, inside a hat, and maybe rolled around your arm or leg. I'll talk about heavy things now. Heavy things, you know, they can be small, sort of, but they're heavy, so, you know, that changes things. You have to strap them down more. You don't want them flapping around because it looks weird, feels weird. A few heavy things you can hide: guns, mags, ammo, knives, brass knuckles, hard body armor. It's not easy. It's not as easy to hide hard body armor as it is soft. And of course, sundry tools and gizmo, any kind of tool you can imagine, electronics or fucking power tools. I don't know what kind of weird shit you're trying to hide on you. A few spots you can hide heavy things: strapped up against your body. For the most part, that's where it is. You can also put it in a bag or inside something that's already heavy. Then it's not weird that it's heavy, because that thing should already be heavy. Big things. Here's the hard one. This is the hardest thing to hide. Big things. A few big things you can hide: a big gun or a lot of ammo. You fucking psycho. I don't know what you're trying to do. You can hide a body, living or otherwise. You can hide a lot of dirt that you dug up. Maybe you dug a hole and you don't want to give it away that you dug a hole. You have to do something with the dirt, and you don't want it to be seen. This is something that was talked about in Vonu life. You know, Rayo 1 talked about this, hiding dirt so that people can't tell that something was dug up. Any other kind of evidence that's big, or a big load of goods. Maybe you're smuggling. You got some good shit to hide that's big. It's hard to hide big stuff. Here's a few spots you can hide something big. Maybe under a long coat, if it doesn't look weird. So if it's like a big gun, because you're a psycho. We're going to talk later about fun at school. We're going to talk later about carrying on a mass shooting. So yeah, so this might come up. You might want a long coat, but you know, if it's hot outside, that's going to look weird. So, you know, you think about this. Big bag or suitcase. And of course, in something that you're pushing, covered up to look like something else. It could be a baby carriage, a wheelbarrow, a shopping cart, whatever. And you can dress for the part. This often goes with the disguise. So if you're pushing a baby carriage, you want to look like a parent, you know, someone who'd be pushing a baby carriage. If you're pushing a wheelbarrow, maybe throw on that high-vis vest disguise that we talked about before with your hard hat, or your hard hat that's off, but it's in the wheelbarrow, because real blue-collar workers never wear their hard hats. And a shopping cart. Hey, a shopping cart full of junk. Maybe you're a homeless person. Dress up like a homeless person. Fill a shopping cart full of junk and push it around. See it all the time. So just dress for the part of the thing that you're pushing. But whether it's that, or it's a big bag or a suitcase or something, you know, watch out for cameras. Okay, like when it comes to, say someone comes to your fucking apartment, and there's cameras showing that they went to your apartment. There's cameras in your apartment building, and they go in your apartment and you murder them. Okay. And then they can see on the footage, this person went to your apartment and never came out. And then they see on the footage over the next few days that you are hauling like a huge suitcase out of the room. That looks bad. That looks bad. So don't, you know, yes, you can hide something visually, but don't just hide things visually. Hide them intellectually. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody trying to catch you, especially the person who's likely to be trying to catch you. And, be smart about this. Make it look like you're not doing this thing in a holistic way. Don't just hide it in some shallow way. Anyway, there you go. Hiding stuff on you. There you go. Carrying. Professional as always. Hope you enjoyed the down-to-earth tips today. Do you want a more secure private phone, laptop, or tablet, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Pick up a Pixel 7 privacy phone with Graphene OS or Calyx OS. ThinkPads with neutralized IME and open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. And they've got X200 tablets. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if there's something you want that's not in stock, or you want a custom job or to ask a question, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE, because it's not me. It's Shane, not Thane. Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop. You do want this done. So please save yourself the headache and buy some of Jamin's goodies at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the second realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself. Alex Jones, 360 win. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Because, we all have failings in our security at times, and people find us and hurt us. And then you have pain in your body. Well, there's something called Pain Liberator, which you can find at libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. It's a 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver solution, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it is magical. That's no joke, folks. There's no one else has ever done this. This is the only place you can get a product like this. It's crazy no one's thought about this. It works really well, and there's nothing else like it in the world. So definitely do go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane to get Pain Liberator. There's nothing like it, and pretty much everyone has some use for it. Are you tired of me never having, either having no guest on the show or having some dumb retard like Rayo 2 come back on the show again to talk about fucking school shooter book and dumb shit like that we come up with? Well, don't only sit by and let this happen. Help me. Can you think of somebody that could be a guest on this show? Tell me about them. Go to vonniepodcast.com/CD, find my session ID or SimpleX address there. And tell me about this motherfucker you think should be a guest on the show. Don't be shy. Maybe you'll be the guest. Go to vonniepodcast.com/CD. All right, we got some donations this week. From Not Thought Crime Boss. We got a donation on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, where you can send us Monero and tell them Thane sent you. Got a donation from Not Thought Crime Boss that says, great show. And then we got a donation from Thought Crime Boss that said, keep those episodes coming, Thane. I am happy to discover that there are other listeners out there because someone else has tipped you. I can confirm that it was not me. Follow me on X, fellow listeners, at Bitcoin Renegade. At Bitcoin Renegade. Don't you know I had to read both the word at and then the character at after that? Thought Crime Boss. Well, thank you, Not Thought Crime Boss, for a much more generous donation than anything Thought Crime Boss has sent us. Thank you, Not. You're way better than Thought Crime Boss. And thank you, Thought Crime Boss, for your measly donation. You're definitely the biggest spender here by far, and you deserve to have your fucking Twitter account advertised. x.com/Bitcoin Renegade. He's got the Hamburglar as his picture. That's a good sign. He seems cool. You should check out his Twitter. Thank you for the money. Please keep giving us money. We're very desperate, and we're going to do great things with this money as soon as I get off my lazy ass and have to buy a number so I can do prank calls. Here, let me check PAZNIA Radio chat. PAZNIA Radio Network. Of course, no one said anything new, but they said something. The person who posted the Tornado Cash stuff said, "Fuck, my link to Tornado Cash trial almost made Thane fall asleep on air. LOL. If the trial doesn't go well, a bunch of devs are going to be scared to write any privacy software unless they go full and on with good OPSEC. Good. If Storm gets convicted, it means the state can now go after devs if it's just one North Korean uses their software or whatever. It's like going after a hardware store because someone buys a hammer there and uses to bash someone's skull in." Yeah, well, yeah, the state is going to go after whoever the hell they feel like going after. Good. You know, the trial should go bad so that devs know to use, to go full and on with good OPSEC, as you put it. That's the right way to do it. They should have done it from the start. There's a person that said something in the Simplex chat that I can't see, but I can only see because Shane replied to it. And by the way, this is a common thing. Simplex is bad for reliability. If you want to make sure I see your message, maybe message me on session or something. But this says, "Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. Had an idea about a show. You could invite some Lua authors on and make it Lua author hour or something." I don't know if this is actually for me or if it's just for Lua, actually. But yeah, I think that's cool. Anyway. You fools better be talking more in the Simplex fucking PAZNIA Radio Network chat. I think that's PAZNIA.com/Simplex Radio off the top of my head. I was going to answer more of Sama's links for building the second realm and all that crap. I don't want to make us late for reading this important school shooter book. But I'll at least write a little. God, what's wrong with me? Technical retardation. All right. I'll read a little at least about Sama's links. And so, all right. I'll keep going through the links from Sama's fan mail. I once again didn't have as much time as I would have liked to go through these, but I'll do my best. Next up is Akash Network. Blah, 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 AI. They're selling GPU power for AI and shit. All right. So what is it and how does it work? Will they make it easy for me to find out how Akash Network works or piss me off again? Let's find out. They have a page that says unraveling how it works. High-level overview of Akash Network. Gee, I sure hope so. Akash providers run Kubernetes clusters and Akash tenants deploy apps as Docker containers. Okay, that's cool. But then Akash is in the middle of this diagram as Airbnb for data centers. All right, cool. But that middle bit is the bit where I want to know how it works. But instead they waste the rest of the page talking about how cloud providers operate today. So much for the high level overview. That was very high level, so high up you can't see anything. Then I look at the docs for Akash Network, blah, blah, blockchain, blah, blah, governance. There are bids on resources, and there can be custom blockchains, I guess, for some reason. All right, network features, IP leases, persistent storage, blah, blah, blah. So there's more than only a market for GPU computation here. You can rent an IP and get some storage and stuff too, I guess. But how the hell does it all work? The storage only persists for the lease, blah, blah, validators, blah, blah, staking. All right, whatever. So the docs for Akash Network bored me. Here's where I sulked and dragged myself over to skim the white paper, which was at least easy to find, unlike many of these other sites. There was just a link to the white paper in the footer. So, all right, so they brag in the white paper of Akash Network about there being no privacy at all on the blockchain, with each provider's fulfillment history being openly recorded forever. All right, cool. And it's pretty much a basic bitch marketplace for computing resources with an order book and bids and matching algorithm. It sounds boring and kind of backward, but not altogether bad. And now they're talking about a homomorphic encryption layer, but it might be opt-in. I don't think everything's got homomorphic encryption. I think you have to go out of your way to have homomorphic encryption on Akash network, but it's better than having none. Blah, blah. More clumsy handling of user privacy. There was something about, I'm not even going to get into it, but it's called a manifest or something, I think, in Akash network, and it's something that's not encrypted and it's shared too much. And it was a short white paper. It's pretty much told me that I don't like Akash very much. And I took a quick look at their tokenomics paper, and all I got from that was that their tokenomics seem kind of dumb. So the bottom line here is that Akash kind of looks like it sucks. Now I'll slip in Foreverland, and we'll be finishing one of the sections of Sama's fan mail here. Foreverland. That's the number 4. Foreverland. Man, all these same buzzwords on every website is truly mind-numbing. It's like these networks make their websites for folks who've like never even heard of this technology or something. So they don't do much to set themselves apart out of the gate. It's like they think merely being a decentralized blockchain, blah, 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 is enough to sell me. That's all I need to know. Who the hell do they think they are? Don't they know there are thousands of shitcoins like them? Why don't they come right out of the gate telling us what sets them apart? Anyway, so Foreverland somehow works with IPFS and Arweave, and I guess that's for outsourcing the decentralized data storage stuff. And I can understand why they'd pick those two. But then I read a little further and I'm like, oh, wait, they also work with Dfinity and other shit too. So you don't know, Dfinity does all sorts of things. It does computation, it does whatever. So I'm like, what's going on here? Is this all about outsourcing to other networks and stitching them together, perhaps? Which is a neat idea. So I read further. We integrate DPINs and protocols to offer robust underlying capabilities encompassing decentralized computing, storage, network, and more. So it seems like I was right. They must be, Foreverland is all about outsourcing everything to other protocols to make them all work together in some way. There's these protocols that do distributed data storage, protocols that do computation, protocols that do networking stuff. And they stitch them all together under the hood to work so you can deploy your DApp on all of them or some of them or whatever. Yes, there may well be a need for something like this. So this is a neat idea, but let's look deeper at how it works. We look at the docs, and right away I'm just like, ugh, gross. Their land token is a so-called stable coin pinned to the US dollar. That's pretty fucking bad. And so I was like, okay, what else? I look a little more. Okay, they have some other gay token, which is for governance, and you can take payment in that. I had to go to a search engine to find their white paper, but at least it's there. And I skimmed that garbage, blah, blah, inter-blockchain communication, blah, blah. We gave half the tokens to ourselves. Of course you did. All right, so Foreverland is not worthless. It's cool to let folks build dApps that work on sundry networks. We have more than one decentralized computation market, storage market, networking market, whatever. So making a dApp that stitches them together so you can run shit in a more agnostic way, protocol agnostic way, is not a bad idea. But their execution seems pretty shitty. So neat idea. Might keep an eye on it or learn more about it later. But it's still another shitcoin at the end of the day. All right. If you have any thoughts on anything said on this show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in, and I'll likely answer you on Network Show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, call in soon, like a half hour or so, PAZNIA.com/call, or say something in the chat, PAZNIA.com/SimplexRadio. And if you want to work on decentralized networks and shit like that, and you want to link up with others who do, talk to me, VonuPodcast.com/CD. I'll put you in touch with other folks interested in that crap. By the way, give me your money. Do you want to support this show and the rest of PAZNIA Radio Network? You can buy some PAZNIA merch at PAZNIA.com/shop, but we're also taking Monero donations at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Please leave a note saying, Thane sent you, so that they give me some of the money. If you're a Bitcoin maxi or something, you can go to zap.stream and zap us there, silly. Support the show that gives you great privacy, security, knowledge, and wisdom. And thus support yourself. That's what I call 360 win, folks. And don't forget, folks, you can join the second realm, get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA Radio Network, or fucking PAZNIA Network, and maybe even some merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off an honorary stakeholder membership. And don't forget to tune into the PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Monday of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Richard Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him the Dick Greaser, folks. That's another 360 win. Check out PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to the streams. Don't forget, in a half hour, we'll be taking call-ins. I believe our guests will be here for those call-ins. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call in a half hour. We start taking call-ins. If you'd rather talk to us through text, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to get into the chat room. All right, Rayo 2, you can unmute yourself now.
All right, there we go. Unmuted on OBS and Jitsi. So I think we're good to go.
Yeah. Well, I can hear you, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think we're good. I got her figured out. How's it going, Thane?
Oh, it's all right. I'm just doing this stupid show that I do every week. You've probably never heard of it.
No, probably not. Nope.
Oh, very few people have.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have some. I guess. Well, I don't know. Hopefully, some fun today. Yeah, I guess I can introduce this thing. If I can, commandeer your show for a minute.
Yeah,
but back in 2020, a Libertarian Type Publications client reached out for proofreading and editing services, which happens, from time to time. The book was innocuously called "Fun at School." At that time, I thought, weird title, no idea on the subject matter. Is it going to be like a biography of a public school teacher, a book where a student fucks over his fellow students and teachers with pranks, or maybe a story about pothead friends smoking weed and cigarettes behind school? But, regardless, I happily took the funds and began proofreading. And let me just say, I was stunned. But not by coming across the next great manuscript. The total opposite. I actually came digitally face-to-face with the gold medal winner of the Libertarian Special Autism Olympics. Having it shared privately, it was hilarious. It was a good experience. But considering this dude was on the publishing path, I had major concerns, which I definitely voiced, which might be the reason it's not published. But needless to say, I don't think staging a real or fake shooting day escuela in a fiction book is a wise way to promote the ideas of freedom. Come
on.
What's the mainstream? What's it? Bad optics. The mainstream term. It's bad optics. Yeah, it's very bad optics. But yeah, I'm sure there's some literary genius libertarian who could pull off something like this. I'm not going to rule it out, but not the gold medal winner of the Libertarian Autism Special Olympics. And again, thankfully, this book never saw the light of day, and I never once heard again from the author. And this has been almost I guess it's probably 5+ years by now, and it even disappeared from memory until last week when I was reminded of it. So. Now, this is an extremely special case, an extraordinary circumstance. I've gotten manuscripts in all sorts of shapes, and that part doesn't matter. Really, that's what we get paid the big bucks for. Get the words on paper, and we'll make it great. A lot of the time, it's just hard to get the words on paper, and that's the biggest first step. So yeah, we don't deal with gold on the first attempt. Definitely not expected. But there was no making fun at school great. I even thought the one I'm going to read today is the proofread version, and I thought about reading the unproofread one, but I think we'd all probably get a brain tumor and die.
What did you send me? Is it the proofread one?
I think the proofread one, yeah. I think the proofread one.
I'd almost rather have the non-proofread one. You should send me that sometime.
Yeah.
If not now.
For your leisure. I'm not going to go try to dig
okay.
that out. But
because I personally love like reading out loud stuff that's poorly spelled and has poor grammar. It makes things funnier.
Yeah. Certainly. But yeah, this was probably the worst attempt at proselytizing about libertarianism that I've ever seen. And trust me when I say I've seen a lot over the last decade. So we're going to read some of that today for entertainment purposes as a solid example of how not to promote freedom. And as the most extreme case of libertarian autism I'm pretty sure I've ever seen. So yeah, your burning question will be answered. What the hell is this book? What's going to happen in this book? But again, if you're an author considering publishing services, I will not do this with your book. We have a list of growing returning clients, and we have a focus on privacy and discretion. But in this one case, we have a duty to award this lucky libertarian the gold medal today in the Libertarian Special Autism Olympics. And there's certainly no one more deserving. So we have a duty, and we're going to do that. So Thane, this thing is like 40 pages, and we're not going to read it.
Yeah, I just opened it. It's 22,862 words.
Yeah.
And this is even more than what I wrote for one of my Vonu Life submissions.
Yeah, we don't want to read the whole thing. It's not.
Oh, come on.
But so yeah, I guess what I might do is unless you want to do some reading.
Well, I can at least read to start. I haven't looked at it at all yet.
Yeah, we'll jump in. Yeah, just jump in. I figure probably get the introduction, set the stage, and people can get an idea of what I'm talking about. And again, this is the proofread version. It was in way worse shape before I spent quite a bit of time on it. But and then once it gets boring and dull as it's going to, then we can jump forward to the part where he starts. Like, I don't know where you get to the the actual I don't know the I guess what do they call it? The climax, more of the climactic parts. But,
all right.
Yeah.
Title: Fun at School. Author's note: though this story is fictional, it is inspired by many true stories. Most of the places and people are fictional as well. Semicolon. Chapter 1. These are notes and first-hand accounts taken by reporters who questioned survivors and people who were at the scene of a school shooting on June 2nd, 2021, at St. Bill's High School in California, America. Student Jim Jackson. I got this just after he came out of the school. He was standing off to one side, staring at nothing, clearly in shock. After I asked, "What happened?" several times, he finally answered in a deadpan voice. They came in the lunchroom and fired shots in the ceiling and demanded we all get on the ground. He paused for so long that I was about to ask what happened next when he went on. I had never been so scared in my life. I just stood there like a deer in headlights, and one of them, the leader I think, came over to me and hit me with the stock of the shotgun he was holding, so hard it knocked me to the floor. They were all wearing masks, but I'm sure I recognized at least one of them by the voice but couldn't place it at the time. There was 4 of them, all armed, 2 with shotguns, 2 with pistols, all dressed in what they thought was tactical gear. But while on the floor, terrified, I remember thinking that 1 or 2 of them looked like they were struggling to move in the overly big camo jackets and pants. Odd. Student Jill Clarkson. I found her later, pacing. She reported that 3 of them are male, I think, while the 4th was clearly a female. I hit the ground as soon as I heard the shots in the ceiling. Eventually, the leader told us all to gather in the middle of the lunch hall and gathered all our phones. How we did that from all being all on the ground, I don't even remember. Teacher Hillary Jennings. She was standing in a group with the teachers looking worried while the SWAT was prepping to enter. I was in my classroom when I heard the first shots. I called the cops and got out of there and hoped no one would be hurt. Wow, that's boring. One of the felons...
Titillating dialogue.
Yeah, or monologue, as the case may be. Series of monologues. One of the felons and a student, Blake Harris. I met it. I imagined when they were like, I could recognize one of them from their voice. I was just like, get on the ground. He has like a really nerdy.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone can tell. Oh, it's that one weird libertarian kid in the school that showed people child porn on his phone that one time. One of the felons and a student, Blake Harris. I met him 5 days later in jail. He was looking like the most forlorn person I had ever seen. We weren't planning to shoot anyone, just scare them, and the lunchroom seemed the best place to do that. There was only one entrance, with the others being locked, not including the small door in the kitchen for deliveries. But the door from the lunchroom to the kitchen locked. I wonder how this guy spoke in parentheses out loud, since this is supposed to be a reporter account of what was said. But the door from the lunchroom to the kitchen locked automatically as you went through them, so it was a good place for this type of thing. No escape and no other exits if you guard the front door. Anyway, Todd, the leader, told me and Fred to gather everyone in the middle and Lola to go cheek the kitchen. We managed to get the key for the door cut secretly earlier in the week, and that was the last time I saw her. After they were gathered in the middle, we teased some of the jocks, 1 or 2 of which pissed themselves. It was awesome. We were there about 45 minutes to an hour, and then the cops entered and ruined everything. It took 45 minutes to an hour. Well, that part of the story is kind of realistic.
Yeah.
Leader of the SWAT team, Edward Dean. I met with him in an office 2 days later, looking angry and like he wanted to be anywhere other than where he was. Let me tell you how the things are with our SWAT teams these days. First, there's me. My wife of 20 years died a year ago of breast cancer during COVID-19. Couple that with the riots last year, and we got a brain drain of cops who saw the way the country and the political climate was going and couldn't take enforcing all the new laws and restrictions they were told to and quit. The only cops left now are those too old to quit and the new boys. So new that as of yet they aren't jaded, or worse, the ones who like having the authority to be brutes and are happy to follow stupid political orders. It's really funny to imagine a SWAT guy talking like this.
Yeah, I
saying,
think he kind of blends like his libertarian personality with every single character,
yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a lack of understanding for people who think differently from him, which is a great quality for a fiction author to have. And also, cops too old to quit? Isn't it the other way around? If they're old, they're tempted to retire? Anyway, I had just finished a 10-day week, my last day being 10 hours. The highlights being a crack whore who had been severely beaten by her pimp and barfed on me while I was carrying her to the ambulance. And earlier in the day, a stray angry dog that took a part of a leg of an 8-year-old child who later died of his wounds. I was finishing my paperwork when the call for SWAT came through. I thought this was a SWAT guy. Why is he working with...
why is he working like a normal patrol job?
He's a beat cop, but he gets called for SWAT duty sometime. I wonder if maybe that's a real thing. Maybe there's reserved SWAT.
Might actually be.
Yeah, I don't know. But I thought he was supposed to be the leader of this.
Yeah. The lead guy's not going to be going around.
Yeah.
Police.
Leader of the SWAT team, Edward Dean. All right. Now, the second in my SWAT team, Scott, was a man who just found out a couple weeks ago that his wife of 5 years was sleeping with the milkman at the cafe she worked at. He's also a veteran of 15 years and was at home after an 8-day work week. Also, there were 2 new people on the team who only had 2 months of training when the old standard was at least 6 months, if not more. Sacrifices have been made since most quit or were on holiday out of the state. So this guy's wife slept with the milkman. So the idea is the milkman comes to the home when the wife is there alone, but it was at the cafe where she worked.
Yeah.
So this is it's a modern take on the milkman thing. He's delivering it to her workplace, perhaps. Maybe they get the milk from the milkman at the cafe. That's very progressive of him. Coupled with that, of course, was that a few of the kids in there happened to be related to some high senators and congressmen of this state. And they demanded action from the police commissioner, who demanded action from the chief of our precinct, who then demanded action from us. We suited up at about 1 o'clock and breached at 1:10.
Well, I thought it took 45 minutes.
Well, I guess it took a while for them to be suited up because they were demanding action from a chain of, I guess, going from, I get where he's going with that. He decided to word it in this like clever. They demanded action from them, and then they demanded. It's like trying to be clever.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
He's
trying to be poetic or something. One of the hostages and student, Belly Frost. Belly Frost. My meeting with him took place 3 days later. He was visibly grieving. They came in with a crash and a bang and shouting, "Police, put down your guns." I think it was Kobe that immediately dropped his shotgun. But when it hit the ground, its safety wasn't on. It went off and hit my best friend, Nick, who was lying right beside me. He paused, staring at the wall, eyes watering. I gave him some time. The end of the barrel landed right in front of him. The gun went off and took most of his face, she said through tears. I don't remember anything after that. So this isn't a drop-safe shotgun. It's not a good shotgun.
It shouldn't happen, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the question, but I would like to. They're supposed to be libertarians, so they should have better taste in shotguns or something. Leader of SWAT team, Edward Dean, the guy who hangs out with the crack whores and the dog attacks. He let out a sigh and shook his head, clearly overwhelmed and overworked. I've seen this happen many times. It normally occurs when a person is in a high-stress situation without any or enough training. They get a sudden adrenaline dump. It's called spray and pray. That's if the person has their fist or a bat, they will keep on going until someone has stopped them or they calm down and tire out. In the case of a gun, they will keep on pulling the trigger even after the gun's empty of all ammo. A good book that describes this phenomenon and other things that can happen to you in high-stress combat situations is called On Combat by Dave Grossman. The SWAT guy says,
like when he references people, that like it's not a good way to do it in a fiction book. It's so awkward.
when the shotgun went off, one of the felons went crazy and started shooting blindly in our direction, hitting Scott and his bulletproof vest, which forced him to the ground. And it made one of the rookies, Bradley, I think his name was, behind and to the left of me, to start shooting in the felon's direction. Two of them hit the shooting felon in the chest, killing him, while the rest ricocheted around the room, injuring some of the students. And what? The shot from the shotgun is ricocheting around the room for some reason. I guess it's hitting metal, and there's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that realistic. He paused, eyes fixed on the wall for a few seconds before he continued. And one off them went into the main artery of Scott's teenage son's leg, killing him in minutes. After that, the one still holding the last shotgun just stood there like a deer in headlights. We eventually convinced him to put it on the ground and took the last two into custody. We looked for the last shooter, but couldn't find her. Wow, she's a ninja. She disappeared. The whole school was locked down and surrounded and all that, and somehow she slipped away. I mean, maybe that could happen. Maybe she gets out of the disguise and then she just acts like she was one of the students or something. One of the students and the sister of Blake, one of the felons, Lucy Harris. I spoke with her later in the week. Until then, I never knew what people meant when they said that in high-stress situations, time seems to slow down. Now I do. From the time the cops entered to when the perps were on the ground, it couldn't have taken more than 5 minutes, but it felt like hours. Halfway expecting her to break out into a book recommendation during this. Now I know what people... Yeah, the way he writes dialogue is really funny. It's very stilted and not realistic. That was chapter 1. Are there certain chapters we should be focusing on? Do you remember this?
So let me see here. I'll skim through. Well, I mean, interesting. I guess you could read. Oh shit. Dead air, not good for radio. But bear with me for a moment, guys.
That's fine with me. I don't care. We got a low bar around here.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is just so dull and boring. I mean, you can get in. I mean, so some of the longer paragraphs are like the political diatribes. You could just like skip through because again, a lot of this stuff is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. And yet, like anyway, but you can get a feel for kind of the libertarian arguments he's trying to make from this.
I've in the next chapter, my eyes landed on this paragraph. Slowly and hesitantly, she began. I'll start with our home lives, and I'll do theirs first. Blake and Fred were orphans in and out of foster homes since they were around 5 years old. They were raped and beaten too many times to count. They were both with decent parents, but arguably the damage was done. And Todd, the leader of our group, was my boyfriend. She's getting interrupted. Anyway, so they were raped and beaten too many times to count. That's why I looked at that. Oh, look, Stefan Molyneux.
Yes, that's what I was going to bring up. Is so the other part of this too that I mentioned in the email of like concerns is like, so he mentions a lot of like podcasts. He mentions Stefan Molyneux, and it's like I don't think these people would appreciate being mentioned alongside this book. It's like I don't really care about them that much, but I'm just saying like I would want to be. So yeah, like it's the weird awkward. Yeah, that's Lola blushed in a bit while she drew a smile. No, I'll go into this later, but I'm with Todd. Anyway, back to Blake and Fred. I said they were good with good parents. Now the problem is they're both single foster mothers. And I've met both of their parents, and they seem like decent, decent ladies. decking ladies. Something I saw on Stefan Molyneux's YouTube, now his BitChute channel, is you need men to raise responsible men.
Yeah.
So yeah, he goes into some Stefan Molyneux makes an appearance.
Stefan Molyneux doesn't have have enough on his plate already as a cult leader, who tells you not to talk to your family, without this school shooter in the making.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, so and this one too. This is probably why I mentioned that specifically. Is he mentions the School Sucks podcast too, which I know Brett Bernard. I've been on that podcast. So so it's what is it? Page 8. It's a long one. If you want to read it, you can go for it. And
is it the big
one.
paragraph
Yeah, the
on
big
page
one.
8?
It starts with around the start of last year.
Around the start of last year, James introduced me to the School Sucks podcast. One of the things I remember from listening to it was, if boys are allowed to just walk around and pace while they're learning, it increases their concentration about 30%. And yet, politicians order it so because they think they're right. I think they mean order them not to do that or something. My question is, what else could they be getting wrong? Also, something on an episode he called Cadillacsy, or a TED Talk by Sugata Mitra, where students in Ethiopia. Sugata Mitra went to a place in the world where some of the kids hadn't even seen a written word before. He gave the kids a tablet with a few learning apps on it in English. Then he went away after a month and, fascinatingly, they had taught themselves to read and speak at a first grade level. After 4 months, they were teaching their parents basic English, and after 6, they were hacking into the computer to use the camera that Professor Mitra employed to monitor the experiment. Now, with the high-tech world we're entering now, knowing enough to get into computer systems like that could be handy, and these kids learned it about 9 months. How about those results compared to the school system that is largely paid and controlled by the state? And if you don't go to university, they have most kids in most of the Western world for roughly 15 years. Something one of my old Walmart bosses told me is that many kids these days don't even how to sign their name. My question to the state is, what is their major malfunction? And since how you treat your kids is a good metric on how they will turn out, it's something you should get right. Again, my question is, what else could they be getting wrong?
Yep. And the next paragraph mentions Tom Woods. I'm sure Tom would appreciate that.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
Tom Woods.
Any other gems? Oh, I mean, there are. We're only on page 9 or 10 out of 40. But yeah, we're not going to read this. It's. I mean, I don't know if there's enough demand for it. I guess maybe we could put together an audiobook for it. But
an audiobook,
like an actual legit audiobook.
Yeah.
What do you call it? A mockio book? A mock audiobook?
Mockio book.
I don't know.
Is that a thing?
I don't think so.
Is that a word?
It's like, like mockumentary, like a mockio book.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Well, I was afraid my mom would blame me for losing one of her clients. She was getting older, and it was getting harder and harder for her to get clients that pay well for the skills they pay her for. Anyway, I was right. We never saw him again, and my mother absolutely hated me and Todd for that, which of course made me fall in love with Todd. Hooray for young love. Now to how I met James. Maybe a year before that, I was at a different school. We are now in Georgia, and one of the older girls convinced me to take up one of my mom's occupations, being an X-rated cam girl on some of the school library computers. Jesus Christ. There's some... He's trying to be creative, I guess.
Page 11. So I guess this was in the news around that time, but we mentioned it before, and at least on one podcast. But and he says, and then there's Chad or Chaz or Chop or whatever it was called. It lasted a week or two after many supposed assaults and supposed looting, squatting on public ground. There were 1 or 2 shootings where people died in a shootout at the end of it. And then one of the governors of the state finally sent the police in and shut it down. It took about half day. And then at the start of this year, about the 8th, some protesters stormed the Capitol, where all they did was sit in Nancy Pelosi's chair and make prank phone calls on her phone. And other than some broken windows and some office paper on the floor, in general, they didn't break anything else, and generally went home when Trump said to. And the only people killed were killed by cops. I've seen the video of that lady dying, and it's poetically ghastly. Poetically ghastly. Interesting way to describe it. And the mainstream news said these people were the ones to worry about, end quote. So yeah, he brings that up.
Wow. Yeah. The majority of this, as I'm skimming this, the majority is really like just a weird stream of consciousness. Yeah, political ranting, but also, yeah, like talking about podcasters and shit like that, and just whatever story ideas they had for the backstory of the characters. There's probably a lot of interesting stuff in here.
I mean, interesting in a way, yeah. Diving into the mind of
It's
of our gold medal winner of the day.
yeah. Wow. William, Lola said, smiling but mournfully, how many cops, either at your precinct or another, would have fired and warned other police precincts about the bad behavior of a fellow officer? Rather, they get sent to another part of the state or another state entirely by the higher-ups. And then there were many police who quit over COVID because they said no to what the politicians ordered.
Oh, here's some more name drops. A smaller podcaster, but still pretty big as of like 5 years ago. I haven't seen much of him since. But for the last few weeks, I've been listening to people like Tom Woods, Bob Murphy, and Peter R. Quinones, Freeman Beyond the Wall podcast. Plus, people like that. Anyway, one of the things they say that I agree with is that most Western country governments have taken too much power unto themselves and are no longer answerable to the people, and are creating and enforcing laws that they never should. Granted, I know people like Tom Woods and co. are talking about much more than that, but it's one of their biggest topics. So yeah, like it's
man,
very interesting.
I was kind of hoping he would mention Bob Murphy somewhere in here, because Bob Murphy is a pacifist. For those who don't know, he doesn't believe in violence at all, not even in self-defense, and that's why it's extra funny to bring up Bob Murphy as an influence in a document that glorifies school shooting, or something like a school shooting anyway. Oh, there's a chapter 3, while chapter 2 takes up most of this 20,000 words.
Oh, this is okay. I've got to hold on. Let's see. So I can see one of my comments to him. Double check and make sure this is what you're trying to say. It seems like there's something missing. Much of that was my mom's fault, meaning she wasn't somewhat forced into the choice, would at least be somewhat. I don't know. I'm not going to try to dissect that now. But I was hoping it'd be something nonsensical. And it probably is, but I just don't know. Yeah, it's like basically just commenting on mainstream news events or stuff that he listened to or watched.
It's really quite meandering.
Yeah.
It's like chapter 3. God, it's like, why did they even bother to... I guess he just cut it off because he was like, well, shit, that chapter went on for a long time. And then it almost seems arbitrary. Like there's no... what's the difference between the end of chapter 1 and the beginning of chapter 3? Is there really a sudden change in topic or anything? It kind of seems like it's still... They're just talking about nukes, dropping nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I mean, just fucking all sorts of
again, it's some
libertarian gripes.
Clinton. Peter Schweizer probably also wouldn't appreciate it being mentioned in this book. Don't know who Peter Schweizer is, though. He wrote Clinton Cash.
Yeah.
Book or graphic novel. Yes, he would probably not appreciate it.
Chapter 4, Afterwards. 5 years later, Todd was sitting by himself with his back against a wall at a cafe, reading a bunch of letters, while sometimes glancing up at the TV, just having been released from prison earlier in the day. Mind if I join you, Todd? A voice came from in front of him. Looking up, he saw an older man who looked strikingly familiar. Sorry, sir, I kind of recognize you, but I can't remember from where or when. Oh, the man said, smiling. Yes, I'm William, James's dad. Remembering William was a cop, Todd's back straightened. I'm just sitting here quietly and reading my letters, officer. I'm not hurting anyone. William snorted and said, I quit the police 4 years ago. As Lola would say, I got tired of taking their blood money. These days, along with the youth work I do, I also help men like yourself get off the street and get a job after their prison time. Right now, I'm here with your sister who's getting the drinks with Lola and James. I took her in after your dad died. Todd motioned to a chair and said sadly, I heard about it 6 months after I went to prison. He caused a pile up drunk driving. Yeah, William said just as sadly. At any rate, we figured we would follow you from prison because you hadn't been answering any of our letters or taking our calls, and we weren't sure how you would take it. That, and it took a little while for them to get here. They're a little busy right now. You'll see why in a moment. Looking over William's shoulder, Todd could see his sister Lola and James walking towards him. Todd grunted angrily. I guess I should wait to tell you all of you why I haven't been sending the letters. Then he, oh my God, this is boring.
This is the climactic end to the chapter, to end of the book too.
She giggled as only a 15 girl could and said in a mock disciplined manner, let me put these on the table and then we can hug, brother. She giggled as only a 15 girl could. Oh my God. Both Lola and Eva rolled their eyes. Yeah, there's a lot. There should be more eye rolling.
Jesus Christ. At this, Todd smiled and said, sorry, it was your big dumb brother's fault. How old is this kid? Like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. That's hard. It's hard to pin down. It's not hard to pin down how old the writer is. I wouldn't. I would say high school, maybe. Wow. It's really, the author does a poor job of concealing that this is him talking to himself. Every character sounds like him.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's really boring. Well, here, I'll read I guess I'll read the end.
Get ready, guys.
Should I start on the second last page or the last page? Or do you know where should I start? You can probably know the end better than me.
Probably. I mean, just do the last page and a half. Yeah.
Okay. Todd answered, yes, and by the time they let me out of solitary, Dad had died, which the chief guard was happy to rub it in my face, which made me try hit him again, and back in solitary. Why didn't you tell your lawyer that they were holding your mail? It's actually illegal for them to hold on to it like that, William stated. The lawyer the court appointed me said as much, Todd answered, smiling grimly, and went on. He said he tried to fix that, but he said the judge took the prison guard's argument, which basically came down to their prison, their rules. Anyway, Derek, the chief guard, kept on finding ways of getting under my skin, whether it was him saying he destroyed most of my letters or some other thing like that. Up until last year, he got transferred to a higher up position at another prison. I focused on just being good and doing as I was told, and even though some Derek's friends were nearly as bad as he was, I managed to mostly ignore them. About that time, my yearly review came up, and they said I had served my time and learned responsibility, and as a result, released me today. As I was leaving, one of the friendlier guards handed me this. At this, he picked up a box from under the table and dumped it on top. It looked like an old shoebox stuffed full with open envelopes. It's all the letters I tried to send you and ones you tried to send me. I figured I would try to read all the ones you guys sent me before I came to see you. I had just learned you had married my Lola before William cut in. Lola looked like she was about to say something, but Todd cut her off smiling. Don't get me wrong. I hadn't expected you to stay waiting for someone who seemed to be ignoring you, but it still hurts. Oh, well, brother, Eva said, smiling, pointing at a lady dressed in a tidy suit that the cafe workers were wearing, and went on. On the bright side, Monica over there has been pretending to wipe down tables. Sorry, Monica. To be fair, you did the same thing with me a week ago. Monica blushed, stood up, smiled, and said, Fair enough, Eva. She walked off, picking up some dirty cups from tables as she went. You know her? Todd asked, clearly interested. Best friend's older sister, she replied, smiling at her brother, and quite single brother, which made him blush a little. To avoid answering back, he nodded to the TV and asked, William, you used to be a cop. Do you have old friends who told you about that? William turned around and saw TV news of a bombing at a school. 4 people killed and many injured last week at an inner city school in San Bruno, California. The ex-cop turned back and said, Unfortunately, yes, from what I understand, the kid's best friend had just died in a drive-by, and he snuck bottles of some sort of explosive liquid into school, hiding them in his friend's locker over 2 weeks ago. On the school camera, it showed a teacher approaching him, asking why he's opening his old friend's locker. The kid, thinking he's been caught, ignited the bottles he stored. It took out the teacher and 3 students who were just passing by. In my time as a police officer, I spent much time on crime scenes, and I can assure you, that's one I'm glad I'm not a part of. William paused a moment grimly, and then went on. Though at least this time, they won't bang on about guns. I'm sure they'll find another excuse to, Lola stated grimly. If there's anything those sorts are great at, it is making excuses. At this, Eva huffed and said, We're supposed to be celebrating my big dumb brother getting out of prison, not talking about sad tragedies. At this, Todd smiled and said, Sorry, it was your big dumb brother's fault, sister. Now, I haven't read many of your letters yet, so tell me, do you have any boyfriends? And being your older brother, do I have to sort any of them out? And who's Greg? At this, Eva glared, while everyone else laughed. And suddenly, to Todd, the future seemed a little less dark. God, what a weak and meandering ending.
What a story.
It's like the whole thing from start to finish is almost just going on. And I mean, the beginning is a little different. The beginning is like the report, interviewing different people. And then it just evolves into like almost 20,000 words of just meandering, like stream of consciousness, tragic background stories combined with shallow libertarian opinions and podcast influences and stuff. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's the real tragedy. See, this is worse than a school shooting, this book. Yeah, I was, you were right about the book is kind of mostly devoid of tactical value. See, I was going to do this funny thing where I talk about the tactics and strategies of a school shooting. Well, I guess he has a little bit of that in there. He talks about the lack of exits from the cafeteria and guarding the one exit, I guess. But what he just wanted to scare them? Or they just wanted to scare them? I don't. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, weird is one way to describe it. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But yeah, I don't. So I even if I'm sure there's some folks out there like, oh my god, I want to hear this as like an audiobook. I want to read this. You probably don't. Like this is probably enough.
Pretty bad.
This is enough to know why this lucky libertarian is the winner of the first ever libertarian Special Autism Olympics. So
well, to be fair, I kind of get what he wanted to do.
Oh, I do too.
Maybe
yeah, execution was just piss poor though. That's why I said like if like some libertarian genius, might be able to pull it off like a Tom Woods or somebody. But I don't think they're probably going to try to do that. Rightfully so.
I don't know if Tom Woods is the right. Does Tom Woods do fiction?
Actually, I don't know. I guess that's probably bad. I don't know if there's.
He's
if there's
probably
any of
not
those types that
the guy.
Write fiction. But yeah, I don't. I mean, there's probably a way to do it to where you could like pull some heartstrings, write a good, compelling story or whatever. But yeah,
there's there's a movie I saw. That's like my favorite school shooting thing. I think it's called The Dirties or something. It's an indie film made by some random young indie director. I think he wrote it, directed, and cast himself as like one of the 2 kids who's planning a school shooting, sort of. And it's very meta. Like it's like they make a movie for school called The Dirties, which is about them doing a school shooting, and it's kind of silly and stuff, and everyone like thinks they're fucking fags, basically, and they get picked on. And he's like, hey, well, we could do it in real life, though. We could do the, and he keeps planning it and they kind of drift apart. And it's really good. It's really good. I highly recommend The Dirties. This guy is funny, charismatic. It feels real. It feels like it comes from a personal place. Like he put a lot of himself into the role. And that was the best treatment of a school shooting that I've seen in fiction. And yeah, I guess this guy wanted to do something edgy. A book about where the school shooters or almost school shooters are sympathetic in some way, and they're libertarians or something. And maybe there's room for that. But it's just, yeah, it would be very difficult to execute, even for a good writer.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. But yeah, I've never seen anything. I like I said at the beginning, I get a lot of manuscripts. I've seen a lot of manuscripts, and this is one of a kind. One of a kind for sure. But yeah, I don't know what else, what more, what else there is. Yeah, what else I really have to offer on it. But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's the thing that stuck out to me the most, and was just the way that he inserted the references just so awkwardly. Like I've never seen anything quite like that. And I'm harping on that, but that's the one thing where it's like that's just so awkward.
And it's one of the funniest things in it too. Just the way the characters speak so unrealistically. Yeah, it's really funny. It's like a 15-year-old libertarian's idea. Haven't really thought everything through. They have good instincts about, well, I'm sure the government is the problem in some way, and negatively affects everything, but haven't put too much thought into exactly how. That's not important, which is kind of true in a way, that's not as important.
This reminds, and so it obviously it's nothing like this, but when I was in 4th grade, I wrote my first book, and it was like 20 pages, and yeah, pretty bad. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's just it's hard to it's hard to compare. It's hard to compare. I'm trying to think back to 4th grade, to try to remember what my writing was like. But it was definitely not like that. And I wasn't listening to podcasts or anything. I don't think I mentioned anything like that. Definitely nothing like that or this awkward.
Who in the hell joined the room?
Oh,
someone just got into this Jitsi room, dude.
Ooh, we got an invader. We got a caller. First caller ever.
Is that how it's supposed to work when we have a caller?
Yeah, I think so. It's supposed to. I didn't hear a notification of someone dropping in, but yeah, caller, if you're here, feel free to unmute and we can talk shop.
Yeah, do you want to talk?
I mean, you're free to just hang out and listen, but yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to, I guess. Yeah, it's true. I guess you can go to PAZNIA.com/call. Talk to us if you want to. I guess I should check the. No one said anything in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat.
Nope, and there hasn't been any.
Of course.
No chats on the streams we've had. I mean, at times up to maybe 12 or 14 people, but.
It's not bad considering how we haven't promoted it at all.
So we might be getting somebody. Let's see.
Oh shit! They named themselves.
Getting Jitsi settings set up.
Maybe they're gonna. Oh, trying to figure out audio. They say.
Yeah.
Oh shit! We might have a caller. We'll have to. It's good that they came in. We would have probably ended the show early.
Probably, yeah.
They didn't come in now. But yeah, man, The Dirties is a really good movie. It's really fucking good. Okay, tactical value here. Well, shit. I mean, what they did here is basically a shittier version of what the Columbine kids were trying to do. The Columbine kids were like, let's get them while they're in the cafeteria. We'll set off bombs first, and then we'll pick off the stragglers, which was a really good idea, actually. But the problem is their bombs didn't go off. So then they ended up just having to open fire, just go in there. And they were going to wait outside the exits. They were going to set off bombs, wait outside the exits, and pick off people as they run out, which was actually pretty good. Like the Columbine kids were on the right track there, but yeah, it just didn't work. Their bombs didn't go off.
Well, I guess to give our gold medal winner here a little bit of credit though, and we didn't read the entire thing, so a lot of these details aren't in there. But apparently, like it was just supposed to be to scare. Like no one was supposed to get hurt.
Right, just to scare them.
Just to scare them.
No.
They weren't trying to hurt anybody. They're trying to I guess which I mean that's like terrorism. I guess still terrorism.
Yeah. Let's see. Would there be a more effective way to scare people? I think so. I think it's pretty easy to scare people without getting caught. Not getting audio through Jitsi. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, whoever you are, person trying to call. Well, at least someone's trying to call.
Yeah, I guess so. If you're in the browser, sometimes the browser has issues with hardware and stuff. I mean, it works pretty well most of the time for me, but in the past it has. If I switch over,
I suppose
to the app, it works a little better.
You could try pressing the arrow on the microphone and maybe manually selecting the right speakers or headphones or microphone, or that maybe it's just using the wrong default device. You could manually select a different device. It's possible.
Yeah, hopefully that's that.
So yeah, I guess the lesson from Columbine is definitely have more than one bomb and practice a lot setting off bombs. The thing is, I feel like didn't they do both of them?
Thane.
Oh, there they are. How's it going? I heard you say yo Thane. Well,
closer.
That was a record call. That was our first, greatest, and
my
worst
audio
call.
is off, so
There you go.
I'm listening through the stream, but
So
it's a huge delay. So
I get it. He's he's listening through the stream. He can't hear me here in the room, so he can only respond to me fucking
10 seconds
30
later.
seconds later.
Yeah, however long it is. I don't know what it is. But yeah, feel free. We'll stop talking for 10 or 15, for 20 seconds or so. A little bit of dead air, but yes, if you got a, comment, question, anything, or anything like to say, go for it. Yeah, you got to be professional.
You can just talk, and we'll stop talking whenever we hear you talking.
sure, I'll go ahead and start talking now. I apologize if I interrupted you. There's an important thing to. Sorry, this is kind of awkward, but there's an important message to get out there, and that's. I gotta mute this, so I not hear myself again. Hold on. Okay, there's an important message that we have to convey, or that can be conveyed in this context of so-called school shootings, and that's to bring in the principles of self-ownership and non-aggression, and that's and to espouse those and to remind the victims of compulsory miseducation that they have a right to defend themselves. Okay. Now this book, I didn't quite catch the title, kind of catching some of the drift. It seems it might be able to do a better job of drawing that line, because I think there's something to be said about what can be done by students, and some of those things include defending themselves to the death. But I would say that's not against the other victims. That's that I think would be a violation of the NAP. Anyways, because of the awkward delay, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to you.
Well, okay, yeah, those are some interesting points. Yeah, I mean, fuck, you're kind of right here. That I mean, if we analyze this from a non-aggression principle perspective, I mean, the students kind of do have a right to the use of force to defend themselves in some way against the school system, but not against the other students. Though, to be fair, that is the most common way the violence in schools goes down, and most school shootings are not, fancy mass shootings. They're just like gang activity in schools. But yeah, it's true. I mean, fuck, maybe what we really need here is a book about a revolution in the school where the students take over the school, and they have some cooperation from some of the staff as well, but not all of them. And they take over the the security office. I don't know though. To what end though? Could be like a pirate radio movie or something. Maybe we have our own curriculum to teach. I don't know. That sounds silly, but there's room there for something. Number one thing kids do is just not go to school. It's the number one way they use force, so to speak, to defend themselves, just by running away. Don't show up to school.
Yeah. Certainly, yeah. Most certainly. But caller, you got anything else, or I guess coming up on the 5 p.m. Central. I don't believe so.
Let's see. Well, you've made history here as the first and best caller there's ever been on Cloak and Dagger. Maybe next time you'll figure out how to hear things.
Yep. Thanks for taking my call. I guess I'll carry on just a little bit more here to say.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker, just keep talking. Mute us, you fool.
I'll let it go at that because of the delay. Hopefully I can get this solved by next time. Thanks for the show. Thanks for taking my call. Salute to the second realm.
Thank you, caller, very much for your call. It's deeply appreciated and greatly enriching to me and all the listeners, especially if they give us money at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Then we'll be enriched for real. It's been a great show, guys. I hope that you liked Fun at School, one of the greatest books ever written, unpublished. The audiobook will be out soon, since I'm sure you will be begging us.
Beating down our email and contact information.
Yeah. If you actually want that, let us know. I don't think you do. Yeah. Well, thank you. Is there what's next, Rayo 2? Do you want to plug the next unpublished school shooting book that you have?
I cannot say that I have have not experienced another gold medal winner like this. So this is it. This is it.
All right. Well, I'm a privacy consultant, so if you want to write a book about doing some sort of terrorist event, or you want to actually do a terrorist event, just tell me that it's a book. You don't have to tell me it's a book. It's okay. You can, I'll advise you on the security and privacy aspects of your terrorist story. You can contact me, vonupodcast.com/CD. Contact me on Session or SimpleX. Next week, we'll be back again on Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific and 4 p.m. Eastern. And I'll talk about some groundwork concepts for digital privacy, basic concepts that need to be understood, like open source software and fucking end-to-end encryption and shit. And we'll keep going through Sama's email talking about decentralized networks. The Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for another few hours. So don't touch that dial. Stay tuned and stay frosty out there.
Awesome, Thane. Well, I'm going to close out Jitsi here. I'm going to do a live transition over to the rest of Saturday. But good show, man. It was a lot of fun, and until next time. All right, guys, I think we are flipped over here sufficiently. Yes. And there you have it. Another episode of Cloak and Dagger is in the books. Returning next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. Congratulations again to this lucky libertarian for being the winner of the Libertarian Special Autism Olympics. It's not an easy task, and there is a lot of competition, so it does mean something. But yeah, it's getting more serious here. The PAZNIA Radio Network is growing, folks. More listeners, more donations, more self-liberators in the Simple X chat, and more buzz. I have to thank Thane and Richard Dick Greaser for their efforts. I wasn't going to go the live show route until they expressed interest. Now I'm looking forward to a full day of shows on Saturday to start. If that sounds like something you'd like to be a part of, that is starting your own show on the network. Let's talk. At present, it's free, but when the network grows and demand for airtime increases, we'll probably start charging something like $20 for a 2-hour show or something like that. So get in on the ground floor and start your own show as soon as you like. Just email me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or you can DM me on SimpleX or wherever you happen to be. One big announcement. The second, fourth Mondays are now filled. Anarchy Radio returns with host Phoenix Aurora. Join Phoenix at 7 p.m. Central, the second and fourth Mondays of each month, for 2 hours of Great Liberty tracks, commentary, and probably interviews and some other stuff. He did Anarchy Radio. I think it's phased out, or I guess went defunct a year or two ago, something like that. Things got busier. I'm not sure what the reason was, but it's back. Anarchy Radio is back, and I'm looking forward to it. And you should too. The first show is August 11th. Head on over to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio to make a one-time XMR donation and to leave us a message that Thane can read live on air, or I can, whatever. You can also visit PAZNIA.com/shop to send us some Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat, or to order one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch. Today we're going to begin a revisitation of the most important series Kyle and I have done on the Vonu podcast, Building the Second Realm. And actually, I think we originally did that on Libertarian Attack Radio, and I transitioned that over. But regardless, we'll start with episode 1, namely the philosophy and culture of the First Realm. Then next week, we'll contrast it with episode 2 and dive deep into those same aspects of the Second Realm. The first episode is nearly 2.5 hours, but before and after, you'll catch some other PAZNIA Radio Network deprogramming and some messages from our friends at the Bitcoin Bugle. Otherwise, we'll catch you next Saturday for Cloak and Dagger at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, followed by a special episode of the Vonu podcast, live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, with Shadrach, a gentleman I had the pleasure of meeting and spending some time with at Midfest in Oklahoma. We'll talk mesh networking and overall matters pertaining to our departments of communication and transportation. And Shadrach is just a cool dude, so you're going to want to join us live. And we'll take calls just like we did. We had our first caller on Cloak and Dagger today, so we'll take calls there as well. That's this coming Saturday, August 9th. The full transmission starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. And premiering Sunday, August 10th, the audiobook for Ben Stone's Anarchist Abolitionist, Bad Quaker's Journey. That will likely end up being an 8 or 9 hour transmission. Lots to come indeed. Make sure to bookmark PAZNIA.com/radio, and the annoying shit that I never do, but it does actually kind of matter. Like, subscribe wherever you happen to be tuning in, and hit those notifications wherever so that you can be notified when we go live, which is every Saturday right now, and I guess coming up starting on August 12th, it'll be every Monday, 7 p.m. Central Time. So. Lots to come, and certainly hope you join up and become a part of it. Email me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, to start your own show. That's all for now. Please enjoy this inaugural episode of the Building the Second Realm series with my buddy Kyle Reardon, who I hope is doing well down in Texas. It's been a while since I've heard from him. But cheers from the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com for your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines. The Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyanderAttack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain. While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rayo, coordinator@paznia.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
Israel, 33 AD. On a hill called Golgotha outside the city of Jerusalem, a man named Jesus is nailed to a wooden cross. He is stripped, beaten, and publicly humiliated, enduring hours of agony until his tragic death. Around him stands a crowd of Jews and Goyim, knowing that they are witnessing one of the most important moments in history. After this day, the world would never be the same. History is undecided on who this man was. To Christians, he was the Son of God. To Muslims, he was a prophet. To the Jews, he was seen as a heretic. Most agree that Jesus was a good man whose teachings were wholesome. Recent revelations put that into question, though, as some are asking if Jesus was truly a plant, meant to pacify the entire Gentile world while the Jews took over every single power structure, secretly controlling everything behind the scenes. I'm your host, Richard Reeser, and I want to welcome you to the inaugural edition of the Bugle Special Investigations, where the world's premier journalists investigate the topics the CIA doesn't want you to hear.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You're listening to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. Visit our website for free resources to aid you in your pursuit of self-liberation, old Vonu publications, podcasts, guest articles, and much more. Go to vonupodcast.com. And now, your hosts, Shane and Jason.
Hey guys, Shane from the Vonu podcast here. I just wanted to do a brief introduction to today's episode. So today you are going to hear the first, the real inaugural episode of our Building the Second Realm series that we did over on Libertarian Attack Radio back in the beginning of 2018. So yes, this was January 14th, 2018, the philosophy of the First Realm. I'll go ahead and mention first off that if you want to get a copy of this audiobook, Second Realm Book on Strategy, for free, please just visit libertarianattack.com/sraudio. That is an affiliate link for Audible, but you can download the book for free. You get a free 30-day free trial, and we get a cut. So that it doesn't give Amazon any money, and it does help to support us. So please do consider snagging a free copy of that. libertarianattack.com/sraudio. I'll also mention that if you want to check out that book for free, digital format, along with hashtag Agora and a bunch of other resources, you can find those at libertarianattack.com/second realm. That is where all of these episodes are. Basically just reposting them on the Vonu podcast feed. For redundancy purposes, in terms of Vonu, and also it's just really, really valuable content, and especially now with the importance of organizing locally in physical space and time. So a little bit about this episode and what we cover to give you a little bit of an idea. It is longer. Every episode Kyle and I do is long as hell. So this one's it's 2+ hours, I'm pretty sure. We talk about our introduction to the Second Realm concept. We obviously spend a substantial amount of time defining our terms, which Kyle and I are known to do. We cover plenty of excerpts from Second Realm Book on Strategy, so if you're not sure if you want to grab a copy of it yet, you're going to hear some excerpts from it in this discussion. We talk about the culture and cultural codes that enforce and justify the statism of the First Realm, and we spend a lot of time talking about culture because without a culture that reinforces the state, it wouldn't matter. It's kind of that Larkin Rose quote, to badly paraphrase, that, I'm not worried about the Hitlers because, I mean, yeah, right. If there wasn't a culture of followers to carry out these evil acts, then these people would just be tyrants shouting dictates at the wind. Next, we covered the important human institutions that were co-opted and are now controlled by the state, and thereby converted into tools to enslave individuals in the first realm. And I guess finally, and this was, I guess, a little bit of a surprise, but we spend quite a bit of time talking about the monopolies on entertainment, professional sports primarily in this discussion, that are co-opted by the state and instead used as propaganda outlets, or I guess in some instances founded as that from the very start. Not sure how it is with professional sports. We kind of lay out some hypotheses in this discussion. For some follow-up research that I haven't had a chance to follow up on in a couple of years, and might not. Anyway, I think that's all I have for you. Again, Second Realm book on strategy audiobook for free, libertarianattack.com/sraudio. If you want to check out the book in digital format with #Agora, libertarianattack.com/Second Realm. And enjoy. What was your introduction to the concept of the Second Realm?
Okay, it was a little bit of a circuitous path, but in brief, as listeners have probably understood for at least a little bit now, I've been off and on working on my federal income tax article, and it's been much more research heavy than when I even did my Right to Travel series, of which you had me do like a 3-part mini series with you on LUA, of course. And part of that was that I was trying to see if agorism was a possible solution to the income tax issue. Really, because the income tax is itself a use of lawfare, which is what my next book is all about. So I was looking at agorism as a possible form of pushback, and in so doing, I was looking at all of the published agorist material, some of which is more well-known, some of it not. And when I was looking at more fictional depictions of agorism, obviously J. Neil Schulman's Alongside Night came up, both the novel and the film. But then the only other one that popped up was over at a website called anarplex.net, which of course was the novella #Agora. And it was through that fictional depiction of the Second Realm that I also found on Anarplex the nonfiction book, The Second Realm, the book on strategy and so forth. So I was originally working on how do I even explain the federal income tax issue, which eventually led to the Second Realm. So I guess that would be another approach as a form of pushback, so to speak, against the IRS and their demands that you basically owe a chunk of your life to them.
Right, yeah, and I actually found out about the concept of the Second Realm through you, through your, as you said, circuitous path. I found out about it from you, and been doing a lot of research on the subject, and it just so happens that what Rayo talked about, in our episodes over at the Vonu podcast, kind of the state of servile society and kind of the one-directional isolationism and the Vonu mini cultures. Rayo was talking about this quite a while ago. He just had a different name for it. So, definitely overlap nicely with other topics that I was covering.
Well, I'm glad that you at least found other similar depictions of what very well may be either the same idea or a related one. But yeah, kind of the idea of a voluntary segregation of sorts, or another way of putting would be a new society from within the shell of the old, as some of the other older anarchists would kind of phrase it. But yeah, so originally I'm still trying to finish my book on lawfare, and as part of that I'm trying to finish my thing on the income tax, but then I learn about all this other stuff that people have suggested as different forms of pushback. Some people have the voluntary simplicity route, where you're just earning so little that IRS basically under vis-a-vis Title 26 basically views you as not owing anything, because of course you can't squeeze blood from a stone, as the adage goes, and so forth. But then in the attempt to actually try and understand the income tax problem, I come across like 20 million people and all their different forms of solutions and options, and sometimes even direct action every once in a while. So it's fascinating that at some point I really will finish it, barring an act of God or something. But but yes, that's how I found out about the Second Realm. I was working on something else completely different.
Right. And I guess to bring up one thing, I don't think that that phrase, building a new society within the shell of the old, is actually applicable to the second realm or, Vonu mini cultures, because the idea is to, as far as I understand it, to build a new society outside of and despite, despite the existence of the state of servile society. So
Correct.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's a more accurate way of putting it. So it's been interesting for me also, in between looking at like law books and case law and what the government says about its own laws and all that kind of jazz, of which I've just started, going through that material again and actually kind of going past where I was before. I finally finished reading the Pollock case. Boy, that thing was a brain twister. But yeah, how do I say this? It's been very fascinating for me to watch different philosophers of different traditions basically trying to explain how, either through social engineering or even probably more accurately just through practicing a different set of values, how you can basically kind of get away from authoritarianism. And some people have the more, subculture idea, like the phrase I was just mentioned, or you just kind of segregate off in some way. Which is not entirely a bad route to go. And so, yes, it's kind of fascinating to kind of, instead of reform this and reform that and reform, somebody's, pajamas or whatever, let's build something new.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and get into definitions here. So the first one, obviously, since the idea is to build the second realm, it's very important to start here with the basics and describe what the first realm is, or in this case, the definition. So from the Second Realm book on strategy, they say, quote, "The interwoven aspects of culture, institutions, profits from redistribution, and the longing for stability form the foundation of the power of states and assure lasting consent for this system of domination," end quote. So that was, I don't think that was their intention to, lay out a definition there. I think that's a pretty good one. But I also think that Rayo's concept of the state of servile society could also fit here. But I guess with that first definition that Smuggler and ABC or XYZ or whatever his pseudonym of choice was, what do you think about their definition of the first realm?
It's, I don't know. I think I like Rayo's better, almost in some sense, because it's pretty much, the servile society was essentially the state plus the culture that basically upholds the state as basically a deity, is at least one way of putting it, I suppose. But yeah, here where they say about the interwoven aspect of culture, institutions, profits from redistribution, the longing for stability. Yeah, it's almost a wordy way of putting it, but I guess for some intelligentsia or for some certain people that just like wordy definitions, it's fine. I think maybe a better descriptor, maybe not necessarily a definition, but at least a descriptor of the first realm, I think was actually better explained in, interestingly enough, the novella #Agora. The protagonist basically said the following in brief, quote, "The first realm is ruled by politicians. Personal freedoms are inhibited and restrained. Rather than advocating a revolution, they want to build a second realm, one that is free from the rulers of the first realm. So more and more parts of our lives can be transferred to the second realm until an individual lives mostly free in the second realm while being technically ruled over in the first realm. So technically, the second realm could be described as encrypted communication, encrypted currencies, anonymous and pseudonymous identity, and traceable action. So, for instance, someone could be their usual self in the first realm, pay some taxes, pretend to have a normal job, and be an ordinary citizen. In the second realm, you could be free, more or less, close quote. So maybe that's a slightly better way of putting it, is really kind of just drawing a distinction, between the two. In that, lawyers and their laws and all the stuff that my next book is about, I'm basically describing the backbone of the first realm. And it's kind of also an interesting question, too. Did culture create the state, or did the state create the current culture as it is? It's almost a chicken and the egg issue. I know some people have their judgments going one particular way, and I more or less disagree with that. But because, think about, not to bring in old man Rayo for the 20 millionth time, but think about what he said regarding the relationship between government and culture more generally. In that, to more or less paraphrase, given enough time, enough statism, enough coercion that's monopolized and worse legitimized by government, the culture itself will start changing, forming around the norms that the state has imposed upon its hapless subjects, which was more or less it was kind of getting at. So when you look at the first realm, I guess in a lot of ways it is the state plus the culture, and maybe even more things like the psychology of authoritarianism and so forth, where it's even how people approach problems. Like, oh, there's this problem in the world, let's use coercion, and then paper it over with a lot of flowery rhetoric, and then people will get on our side and agree with us that this monopoly on coercion, for example, passed a new law that demonized this particular batch of people and basically legitimizes coercion. So, how dare you collect rainwater kind of thing, or whatever the issue at play happens to be.
Right. So as far as a definition, this is one that we came up with for the Vonu podcast, but obviously it is the idea that Rayo put forth. So as I said, the first realm can also be described as the state of servile society, which is defined as, quote, a society that does not respect self-ownership or individual liberty, but rather heralds the supremacy of government and authority. In other words, it upholds the collective as superior to the individual. A one-directional isolation of import-export is used to maintain access to these servile societies' open but not free trading centers, yet denying them access to a Vonuan's home through importing goods and knowledge while exporting labor or products back out to the servile society, end quote. So as far as the one-directional isolation and the import-export, there is an element of that with the second realm. It's almost synonymous as far as I see it, but that will be a future episode. But yeah, I mean, that is a great description of the first realm. No respect for self-ownership and the collective over the individual. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to explain the first realm.
Yeah, there's also one other thing too. The reason for either like something like a Vonu home or shelter, Vonu association, or as is the case here, a second realm, is because there's an insistence that people have now been making, thankfully, that there need to be private property borders between, at the risk of using collective pronouns, between our culture versus the servile society / first realm. Because they're a monopoly, right? They're a ubiquitous monopoly. And they use coercion, and they legitimize the coercion of whatever it is, whether it's through law, whether it's through democide, whether it's even through other means where they manipulate people through corporate propaganda usually, or even state-sponsored propaganda. I would just kind of say this. The first realm essentially imagines itself to be God. Omnipotent, seeing, all-knowing. I mean, that's why they insist on the surveillance state and the development of technologies, just to use one type of example. So the first realm essentially imagines itself to be God, and those of us who would prefer a second realm are essentially saying, the boss of me, we're just going to go build something else, I guess would be a more vernacular way of putting it.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously this episode will be focused on the philosophy of the first realm, but I think it's I guess as far as comparing and contrasting goes, define actually what the second realm is too. So actually this is a definition also taken from the Vonu podcast. Quote, an updated version of temporary autonomous zones, TAZs. Essentially the ability to conduct trade and other activities, including vices, in certain areas at particular times without reprisal from the state. TAZs were originally conceived of as geographically mobile, like Vonu shelters, yet now it may include cyberspace, such as the deep web, end quote. So, again, the idea is to, segregate from the first realm and, start a new free society, one that would likely be mobile. I think it's kind of a requirement. But, actually living free, doing what you want to do with your own body, exercising your autonomy, and actually, living free.
Yes, and sorry, something I just thought of that might help flesh out this definition. I don't think it would be untoward of me to say that if you were to combine the elements of agorism and even Vonuism, you would get a second realm. Because, I mean, think about the points of commonality. The agorists have the counter economy. That's your gray and black markets. And then, of course, the Vonuans have their ethical enclaves, which, of course, are, well, gray and black markets. So different terms for the same thing, more or less. And I guess second realm would be your I guess maybe more crystallized version of the same concept, but it kind of goes beyond both in its focus on private property borders. That, such and such belongs to the first realm, but this other stuff belongs to the second realm, and clearly delineating, what belongs where. So it's almost like a private property version of what the lawyers would call property acquisition and titling, the titling being the important part, and not necessarily in the mainstream first realm concept of land titles and or deeds and all that, but more in the sense of just it's almost getting closer to like argumentation ethics, where it's kind of self-evident, the property is owned by, XYZ, for example, the shirt on your back is yours and the baseball cap on my head is mine, kind of thing. That's kind of the impression I kind of get from this, is that there's very much a more specific focus on maintaining private property borders. But so even the notion of like so-called public property, which of course is its own weird oxymoronic horrific concept that of course invites a tragedy of the commons all by itself for many, 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 many reasons, not just economic. The whole notion of a second realm is essentially a microcosm, fully privatized, you could even say private property, law society in a manner of speaking. Law in the sense that everything is privatized. Even the use of law is privatized. I mean, if a certain Austrian economist's catchphrase was privatize everything, I mean, that would essentially be the second realm as it is today, to the extent that it can be. And the big thing is enforcing those borders. So in other words, the bludgies can't really get into the second realm, or even if they tried, the borders, or shall we say the security precautions,
the borders would be defended.
At least in some sense.
There might even be a wall.
Well, that's one way of putting it, but even if the second realm was more amorphous, which hence why the definition is an updated version of TAZs. Well, TAZs by definition themselves, as a definition, they're more amorphous. They're not like a fixed location. See, the problem with permanent autonomous zones, or PAZs, is that they are a certain specific piece of geography from this latitude and longitude to that latitude and longitude. And so they are vulnerable to coercion by the state or by the first realm. TAZs, on the other hand, are much more flexible and can occupy physical spaces, but not always. So the second realm, basically as a concept, is already more elusive to being captured. And I would suggest that if it's done right, it's actually impossible to quote unquote catch it. The only thing that really it can do is A, exist at all, and B, if people want it, they can grow it. But it takes humans to actually resist the first realm, or shall I say, build the second realm, to actually grow it in any real sense. Much like ethical enclaves, much like the counter economy, the second realm requires folks who actually are serious about at least their economic liberty, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. So another very crucial definition brought up in Second Realm, the book on strategy, which is no surprise to libertarians and anarchists, is individual autonomy. And I do think it's important to I guess, read a quote here that they put in the book. So they say the foundation for liberty is a small but powerful word, autonomy. It comes from the Greek words autos meaning self and nomos meaning law. It refers to the ability, right, or wish of something to be governed by its own law. Anarchism is therefore not what the media tells us, but instead the presence of law chosen by those that are covered by the law, contrary to a law given by rulers to handle subjects. moving forward just a little bit here, that each and every person has the right, that is morally justified, to be the final authority over the law he chooses for himself, and that anything that violates this right is a crime, end quote. Yeah, I mean, I guess, individual autonomy is certainly important. I mean, that's kind of the origins of private property, right? You own yourself, and then, as an extension, you own the fruits of your labor, which is why, tradecraft and trade is super, super important. It's a very, very, very critical aspect of the second realm, because economic liberty, I mean, that's a pretty crucial one.
Well, yeah, of course, because if someone is against private property, they are anti-propertarian, which is an actual, intellectual tradition, unfortunately. If someone's an anti-propertarian, then they're contradicting themselves. If anybody who understands argument, Hans Hermann Hobbes's argumentation ethics does, is that even in the very act of arguing against private property, you have to use the private property of, shall we say, your self-ownership, to basically contradict yourself. And so it's, there no refutation is required. It's already self-refuting. This is why, for example, socialism is automatically self-refuting, because the socialists in question contradict themselves when they advocate for socialism. This isn't kind of hard to figure out. So the whole notion of autonomy and specifically individual autonomy is also consistent with like the American tradition of anarchism. So this comes from like Lysander Spooner, from Benjamin Tucker, and a couple of others. And even and not to confuse the issue too much, but even in some of their older writings, sometimes they'll mention like socialism or whatever. That's kind of a misnomer. What they were really talking about were markets, because they were basically trying to find words to describe fascism and other forms of authoritarianism, and they hadn't, and of course the commies were already around, so they were trying to find some other word to use. So it's better to focus on markets and autonomy, because that kind of explains the level of, well, for lack of a better term, the lack of freedom that entrepreneurs have. And of course, if entrepreneurs have their freedom to trade and to innovate and so forth, then by extension, you would assume that there would also be other types of freedoms, whether it's the freedom of association, like for more social situations, not connected with business ventures, free speech, right to keep and bear arms, as certain legal documents would phrase it, and so forth. So the right of the freedom of man in his purse or his wallet, so to speak, could be viewed as one foundational pillar of human freedom, or shall we say individual autonomy more generally. So if an individual autonomy is denied, then the only other thing left is the collective. And it's like, well, if we're dealing only with collectives at this point, then we're right back to the first realm.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that kind of, that's kind of, the first realm and second realm defined and differentiated. So what I'd like to do now, Kyle, is I guess discuss some of the elements of the first realm. And again, in the second realm book on strategy, which I would highly recommend everyone read. We're going to cover probably most of it, in these next 9 episodes. But it's only about 36 pages. It's a pretty quick read. You can sit down and do it in a couple hours, or if you want to, really dig into it, a few hours at least. But yeah, very short read. We'll start, I guess, digging into it right now. So, quote, "We have already concluded that our objectives are opposed by a majority of the population as well as the ruling class. It is, however, necessary to analyze the specific methods by which our objectives are opposed and which means are employed to keep us from reaching our goals. Humans are spatial, social, and cooperative beings. We occupy space that no other spatial thing can occupy at the same time. Our bodies need to be somewhere. They need to be sustained. We are also social because we require interaction with other humans. We want to communicate. We want to learn from each other. We want to procreate. Well, we are the only thing in the space we occupy. We also need to interact, be viewed, and view other humans around us. We define and achieve social status through interaction and observation, and use it to find out how to prevent conflict, to solve conflict when it occurs, to create institutions of interaction and symbols to identify friends and foes, and to optimize our communication. Since we also live in a scarce world and cannot do every necessary thing alone, we also engage in cooperation, specialization, and trade." These characteristics of human life constitute the frame for most things we do, but also provide the means for our opponents to keep us in chains. Throughout history, those that oppose liberty have developed and cultivated a complex and refined science on how to keep populations under control. We are not referring to a secretive group of social planners, but a set of techniques that are shared not only by the rulers, but by those parts of a society that profit from coercion and the comfort it brings. To understand this science, it is beneficial to look at how our various aspects, spatial, social, and cooperative, are exploited. It is necessary to understand that the state and the systems of the world are not spatial. Though the state claims geographic control, the state itself cannot occupy any of it, since it is not a physical entity. It is a social concept of control. The only way the state can interact with the spatial is through its agents and proponents, as well as anyone conditioned to represent or call for it. It is individual humans that must intrude into another individual's space to deliver any kind of force, whether it be direct or indirect. When not applying force, the only other option for the state to act within space is through its agents to observe or surveil the space of others, end quote. So that's kind of the first portion of the obstacles portion. And, I definitely, I think they lay out some important stuff there, but what do you think?
Yeah, that latter portion is actually very revealing. So there's a couple things going on. First is the authors more or less explicitly state that the government, that the state does not exist. Existentially, it does not exist. So when you either have political philosophers and or people like us talk about the state, the state did this or the government did that, we're using that as a form of linguistic shorthand to basically describe a set of relationships, or maybe perhaps a little bit more accurately, a sort of hierarchy that has a definable set of characteristics and features. So when we talk about the government did this, the government did that, we might be talking about the police, or we might be talking about lawyers and prosecutors, or we might be talking about judges, we might be talking about legislators or bureaucrats and so on and so forth. So yes, they're right when they say it's a social concept of control. And the other key part of it, and this is where the individual, let's say an abuse of individual autonomy comes into play. The state can only interact with spatials through its agents and proponents. So even when the minarchists, the people in favor of limited government, talk about government agents in general, they're getting closer to something real that's actually happening, because the state or government is not like one monolithic entity in the sense like it's one person, or as a side note, the closest it ever came was monarchy, which would be like the king or queen. It is the state, l'état c'est moi, right? That would be like the closest thing. But then even in a monarchical form of government, you still have the king's guards, you have the king's court, which were the courtiers and such, you had magistrates, you had all these other agents of the king, of the queen, of the monarch, the sovereign, who would basically carry out the will of the monarch and all that. So even then, the state wasn't even necessary in practical terms, maybe not in terms of definitions, but even in the closest example of the state being one individual, you still had all these other people part of the government that actually had to be there and functionally were required in order for the monarch to retain and use the coercive power of what we refer to as the coercive power of the state. He would need, in other words, he would need the magistrates and the even the bureaucrats, yes, even a monarchist form of government. You would need the bureaucrats and the king's guards and the soldiers, almost forgot about them, and a whole bunch of other people to even make a monarchy work. Never mind expand it or maybe even shrink that particular form of government. So yes, even with something close to, even with this form of the state where it is really one person, sort of, they're more like a titular head or like a key focal point. You still have all these other agents. And obviously for other forms of government, not predicated on one individual, such as an oligarchy ruled by the few, democracy ruled by the many, a republic which is ruled by, I guess, special interests, I suppose. Actually, you could say that about democracy too, because they all start blending after a while. though again, it's the state only interacts with you through its agents. So for instance, in our particular time period, 21st century America, with these various several American democratic republics, when any of us interact with the state, whether it take the form of these provincial governments, these municipal governments, these county governments, or even the feds, the national government, we only deal with the agents thereof, right? And I've done on previous episodes and other podcasts, I've mentioned about my interactions with like the voter registrar or certain people from the courts or whatever, usually court clerks. Those are agents. So and here's the key thing: not any one of them actually is the state. They're just agents of the state because the state doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think just kind of setting up the stage here for the obstacles, I think that was an important portion, and also your, very well said on kind of, further elaborating on that. But let's get to the first major thing that Smuggler and XYZ discuss here. Quote, cultural norms of the mainstream society and most of its subcultures reward pro-state behavior while they punish non-state behavior. While this is not yet true for all parts of the cultural code, it is increasing, often without us noticing it. There are numerous examples of this. The method most often suggested for problem solving is to call the police, to always obey the state authority, to use convenient methods of payment, credit cards, etc., to make every payment an official legal tender, national currency, get a good job, petition your representatives, work within the system, pay your fair share of taxes, adhere to the current definition of political correctness, or simply to not make trouble. All of these codes of conduct focus on a single goal: to integrate into a society that is led, organized, and enabled by the state. Alternative views are quickly labeled a waste of time, not practical, unrealistic, utopian, eccentric, or even treasonous. Interwoven with these codes are values that most people are accustomed to use when judging their neighbors. While many soldiers today partake in wars that should realistically be called unjust and therefore a crime, they are not met with disgust for choosing this career. Policemen that enforce unethical laws, often with unethical methods, are not excluded from our comradeship, but instead called our finest. Tax collectors that objectively conduct armed robbery are not called out but identified as doing their job in the end, as doing their job. In the end, everyone is just following orders. We'll do just a few more paragraphs here and then we'll discuss. Quote, in addition, a wide variety of symbols are used to identify people as being respectable. Some of these are styles of clothing, status symbols, licenses, membership cards, use of language, and laughing at the right time. Together, these codes, values, and symbols form societal expectations and identities, the function of culture, and any fundamental variation from them is met with rejection or even outright hostility. It is very important to understand that these codes, values, and symbols are highly interconnected and form an integrated body of culture, which makes it very hard to successfully break out of this scheme. If we change only parts of it, it is easy to be dragged back into the old ways by many parts that are still tied to the larger culture. Ideally, this need not be so, but as a practical matter, it usually is, end quote. So, Kyle, that first thing, and this is very, very true. I mean, Rayo talked about it, the state is servile society. I mean, that is the culture of statism, so to speak. I certainly think that the culture is definitely a major aspect of this. The symbols, the codes, the norms, all of those things, the propaganda and indoctrination to worship authority, and any digression from that is definitely. I mean, I know I've heard this a bunch of times, but when I've even discussed just things like direct action, or Vonu, I mean, waste of time. I've heard that before. Not practical. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, those pragmatist political crusaders. Unrealistic. No one can, I just can't do that. That's super unrealistic. I mean, I can't, pursue financial independent early retirement. I'm going to work until I'm 65 and then I'm going to draw on Social Security. I mean, that's realistic. Utopian, sure for that one. Eccentric or even treasonous. Yeah, treasonous, I haven't heard that personally with any of these methods, but with the last episode with Ben Stone, the Bad Quaker, I'm sure that could be labeled as treason. So culture is definitely an important aspect. It's that propagation of the state doesn't have to use violence against its subjects all the time, right? Because who does their violence for them? Their followers, the culture, the slave-on-slave violence. That does end up. I don't know. It's that slave-on-slave violence, and that's propagated by culture. So I think they make a really good point here. I think that's probably the number one. The number one obstacle in building the first realm. Not only do you have to avoid the state, but you also have to practice very good security culture when you're around, folks that are, that accept the state of servile society. Because if you're doing something outside the realm or or doing something they don't like, well, they can just call the bludgies, and that's not good for anybody. So, what do you think?
I think this would be a great time for me to mention, and I've been kind of holding my tongue on this, but I think I mentioned this to you pre-show. I think the other night when we were working on something else. There's that particular coworker of mine who shall go unnamed, but he's more a middle-aged fella, and he is very cranky and such. And while we were working at the warehouse, what was fascinating was when we got into more political discussions. He was more political. I, of course, am anti-political, which he didn't like even that, but that's kind of how dare you not vote in our democracy, I think was one phrase that he used to kind of admonish me. I'm in need of admonishment. That was kind of the other thing, because, of course, he's incredibly condescending, was the fact that that FDR was like his the best president ever, that he rescued capitalism by merging it with some socialist aspects, and thus brought America out of the Great Depression. And also Social Security is wonderful because, of course, he's going to be drawing on it soon. So when I had a second to get a word in edgewise, that there is nothing. I was making more limited government arguments in the sense that, Social Security is not mentioned in the Constitution, therefore it's unconstitutional. I was also about to mention other historical points like, FDR, that guy you like, he had that court packing plan thing where basically he strong-armed the Supreme Court in an unconstitutional way to pass the unconstitutional Social Security stuff but did I forget to say it was unconstitutional? And even when I said unconstitutional, he didn't know what the hell I was talking about. That's kind of sad. I'm not that much younger than he is, at least in some sense. And so if I were to say anything else other than that, I don't know, he might recommend me for targeting by DHS or something, because I'm uttering disloyal statements.
My report sheet to the supervisors or something. Yeah. There's certainly I think that's one reason why in the jobs I've had, I keep my my anti-political views and my work separate, because it's not worth losing a job over. It's just not worth it. I mean, that would set me back. Would have set me back. Pretty far back in my pursuit of financial independence, early retirement. So. And
that's kind of another related reason, isn't it? Now, I guess maybe fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you view it, I've been kind of asking around, like, has my current employer ever fired anybody over anything? Apparently, they don't even fire people over incompetency. So, and considering also some of the lower management actually have basically said that I'm a specialist of sorts because I'm like way above average competent than the others, which I guess is a compliment, then I guess I have the closest thing to a form of job security, maybe. But all of that aside, I actually try doing something a little bit different work where I'm not doing the gray man thing like I usually do. I don't obviously say everything, and but I do say things like, yeah, I'm interested in abolishing government, and that's pretty much the closest I get to saying anything even slightly controversial. And even saying just that is way the hell too much. But then with some other coworkers, other conversations we have, I sound more like a limited government guy, where I say, well, the government doesn't obey the Constitution, therefore their laws are illegitimate. I'm basically mentioning stuff that I've either written before or stuff that's going in my upcoming book on lawfare. And even for them, the whole notion of a limited government thing is like that's way too much freedom. That's extreme. It's just, so that's
Fucking
kind of the whole
crazy.
Right. And that too is evocative of the first realm, where anybody who is outside that left-right paradigm, authoritarianism flavor A and authoritarianism flavor B, anybody who's outside of that, it doesn't matter if they're in favor of limited government or no government or various versions and themes thereof, They're way too far out. How dare you invoke the founders, kind of thing. Or even other people who are more along the lines of abolishing government, like Sanders Spooner. It's just like, that's way too much. I even tried in one conversation working in Henry Thoreau, whom you'd think would be the most palatable, I guess, historical role model that even people in the mainstream first realm like tacitly kind of acquiesce to, because of course his influence on Gandhi, and Gandhi is of course like one of the big mainstream folk heroes or whatever. No, apparently Henry Thoreau, as one coworker put it, was that, how did he phrase it, that eccentric loner in his cabin home or in his cabin. And I'm like, holy God. So not only did that one guy actually know about Thoreau, but actually viewed him as kind of distasteful. So that's how. And here's the other thing about the first realm and the people who subscribe the cultural norms thereof. There is so much projection. You were mentioning this a moment ago about how anybody who basically contests anything of the first realm, or even just suggests other things that run counter to it, the normal rebuttal is, oh, it's utopian extreme. And that's even in the book here and all that. They're just projecting because it's political crusading. That's utopian. It's all the stuff that they promote. It's their Social Security. It's all this horrible, evil crap that they do, which is unrealistic and not pragmatic and so forth. And so what I think is happening is a form of jealousy. When you have people outside the mainstream, or even people who are just kind of creative or trying to get any notion of freedom or liberty in their own lives, basically postulate different things. I mean, even people who use cryptocurrencies. I was even mentioning Bitcoin in another conversation at work, and people were like, why would you want to go off the dollar? It's wonderful. It's so far gone.
It's so easy to buy on Amazon with a credit card. Why would you? Why would you? But yeah, and this is why I've brought this up once in another podcast. I want to start bringing it up a lot more, but especially in regards to the state of servile society or the first realm as kind of the subject for this evening. There's a lot of talk. This is kind of a shared view of the West, or of Westerners, generally speaking, is that Western culture is far superior to any other culture in the world, with any other country or nation. And I probably won't trigger any folks here, but Western culture fucking sucks, just like Eastern culture, just like any culture with a state. It's all awful. In comparisons, comparing, the United States is, a lot better than Somalia. Okay, you're all you're doing right now is comparing plantation to plantation. Did you get beaten 10 times a day instead of 5 times instead of 10? Well, you're doing good. The rulers are benevolent and they treated you good today. There's no such thing as a good state of servile society. There's no such thing as a good first realm. There's just not. So in regards to culture, yeah, Western culture sucks, just like any other culture with a state.
Right, and but keep in mind, of the people within the first realm, that is their only frame of reference. That's all they've ever known. In many ways, they almost remind me of the typical citizenry that you'd find in Orwell's fiction, like 1984. It's almost like the average citizen of Oceania, right? Where, Big Brother has always been around, and kind of thing. Oceania is at war with East Asia. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia, at least until next week when Oceania is at war with Eurasia. Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia until they switch it back again. But that's kind of my point here, is the frame of reference is incredibly narrow of the hapless citizenry, or even enthusiastic citizenry, that is within that first realm, where basically the rulers can do no wrong, and whatever conflicts there very well may be, the conflicts are pretty much limited only to different class special interests, right? This is basically the authoritarian left and the totalitarian right. They're basically fundamentally the same. What's more important than their superficial differences are actually their fundamental similarities. That's what's actually more important.
Right, and if you compare, I like to use Somalia as example here because Scott's enlightened me last night. I've heard a lot of anarchists talk about Somalia and how it's not anarchism, but apparently there was an anarchist period from like 1996 to 2001, and things were very good. Their economy was booming and all of that. And then, in like 2001 or 2002, the United States government started causing havoc. So, the chaos happening in Somalia right now, it's not because it's anarchy. It's because they're being, attacked by the most powerful military in the world right now. So, but yeah, when you look at the fundamental, the fundamental similarities, there really aren't too many differences. One may be a little more chaotic than the other at first glance. But if you look at the fundamentals of Middle Eastern culture, Eastern Asia culture, European culture, and then kind of like the United States, the similarities are all there, right? You have this massive you have this nation state, and you have this massive government that spies on everybody. You have this massive government that's involved in wars. And they ruthlessly murder innocent people. The fundamental aspect, the use of force and coercion, that's all there. So anything beyond that, as far as I'm concerned, it really doesn't make a difference to me, right? The similarities are far too tragic, and also violating personal autonomy at every single step. So for those that praise Western culture. Oh boy, yeah. You've got some reflection to do. I recommend studying the trivia method a little bit. But what do you think?
Well, yeah, and not only that, but I find it fascinating that the apologists for Western civilization, such as it is, and its good, bad, and indifferent characteristics, are very quick. I've noticed to always mention that. Well, Western society, whatever the hell that means, because because if you look at the real history of different European empires and then how they formed their current nation state structures. The Western society is a much kinder form of coercion, and then they'll list like 20,000 different examples relative to various, whether it's far East Asian cultures or even just other places, other times, whether it be like certain parts of Africa or South America or even other places. And I find it fascinating. It's like, okay, so basically that's your big argument. Like, for example, without getting too graphically detailed here, I remember there was somebody who was kind of meant, this wasn't at work, this was a more social situation, but the context of it was basically the how women were kind of treated like property, like trash. And so in the West, how it was done was with various different means, but one of which was like the chastity belt, even for married women and all that, to make sure that they stayed faithful to their husbands. Of course, that wasn't reciprocated, but then again, it also depended what class structure you were in, because sometimes the men were faithful and sometimes they weren't. But generally speaking, there would be like the chastity belts. Well, that's much better. That form of coercion is much better than the coercion that was practiced by different African peoples, where they would hack off different parts of genitalia and then, of course, sew up the woman until her married night and all that. So, therefore, the Western society is superior to the African society, so the First Realmers claim. Because this form of coercion, the chastity belt, is preferable, against women, is preferable against the lopping off of genitalia and the sewing up of other parts of genitalia than that supposedly that some Africans did. And I'm just sitting here at the sideline saying, this is almost kind of like when the left and the right kind of make excuses too about when they do their horrible crap. Like, oh, well, this version of coercion is better than the other. Or kind of like even when it comes to something like taxes, right? I mean, so the left is usually very much in favor of very high taxes. They're definitely in favor of the federal income tax I've been preparing my my article on. They're very much, it was actually originally a tax the rich scheme. But then, of course, when you look at the right, who allegedly are against taxation, well, actually, they're not really against taxation in principle. They just want lower taxes and cuddly taxes, therefore vote for the Republican Party. And I'm just like, but wait a minute. I thought you were supposed to be different from the leftists who very much love their taxes. Oh, no, you want – remember Glenn Beck many years ago when he was in favor of like a VAT tax specifically? I mean, it was just kind of like –
I didn't know that, but I'm not really surprised.
Oh, he was this is a little bit more of a side note, but yeah, he was in favor of the so-called value-added taxes. The reason I'm mentioning any of this is I'm trying to point out the controlled schizophrenia of the First Realmers themselves, where they're not actually opposing, where these different class special interests are not actually opposing each other on anything based on principles of any kind. It's all based on preference. That's what it is. And if you also, interestingly enough, just for an interesting comparison, look at the so-called moderates. The moderates are like the most lukewarm people on the planet who will bend and shift with whichever way the winds of political expediency blow them. So, for example, if waterboarding is acceptable today, it may not be acceptable tomorrow, at least until the next presidential election cycle, and then it's acceptable again. It just depends what the current conditions are and what the rhetoric on the mainstream corporate whore media is.
Yeah, and that's another element of another major element of the first realm and of these cultural norms is that they're reinforced not only through government-controlled media, but they're also put forth through entertainment. And if you look at, oh my gosh, I mean, I'm not going to get into any details here, but you look at government-controlled media now. And how entertainment is definitely I guess having influence on politics. Just look at the most recent selection cycle. But man, oh man, you want to talk about really influencing culture? That's entertainment. And also government controlled media too. So that's certainly a major element of the first realm. So as far as for this last quote for this section, I guess for the actually I'll read this real quick and then continue on here. So back to the book quote. However, breaking away from mainstream culture and its various subcultures leaves the dissenter as a tolerated eccentric at best or an unwanted troublemaker at worst. But it also puts the individual in the position of having no social integration, which is required by most of us simply for mental survival, end quote. And I would add that's also for kind of physical survival in some sense too. So yeah, I mean, I would say one of the major first steps, if you're really serious about solutions, you're really serious about personal freedom, and you're really serious about seeing a free society actually exist in the form of a second realm or volume mini culture, the first thing that you really have to do is break away from that culture. Seriously, break away from that culture. The government-controlled media that's the propaganda. It's endless. It'll wear you down. It really will. But then that leaves another difficulty, doesn't it, Kyle? I mean, I know for a fact, even before kind of the more radical stuff now, back when I was a conspiracist, well, I guess that's kind of the kooky stuff. I definitely noticed, some of my family members, not being as close to me as they used to be. I definitely saw that. Especially when you kind of take the position of anarchism. There's certainly you're definitely viewed as a dissenter in the relationship with people, in your family or friends in the first realm. Those relationships, they're very likely to change. And may not be pleasant, but for me, I want to see a volume mini culture. I want to see a second realm. That's worth it for me. But there's sacrifices that have to be made.
Well,
mm-hmm.
Ostracism's always on the table, and it's very interesting that the first realm. And this is fascinating because I've talked to various people both at work and at more other social situations, but locally right here in town in Austin. And it's fascinating that anytime ostracism comes up, if I bring it up or somebody else brings it up and then I hop on and say, well, good for you, kid, because that's actually happened like once or twice where somebody actually maybe not did the whole so-called defooing thing, but like ostracized somebody. And I considering the circumstances at play, which I won't get into here because that's a case study that's of a private nature. The other folks will like look at me like I just spoke Swahili or something, and then I basically have to give a short spiel about, freedom of association also implies the right of disassociation, which of course is more commonly known as ostracizing and so forth. And I guess maybe there's different flavors of it, but generally speaking, you just don't talk to somebody anymore. You give them the cold shoulder a little bit, and technically there's no force or violence involved in it. In fact, ostracism can be a good thing in the sense that it can avoid a lot of potential force and violence and so forth, and can just kind of sidestep around that kind of thing, which if there really is no other option, it's like the last peaceable option available in at least some sense, especially when dialogue breaks down, when there are no lines of communication for whatever reason. And sometimes there are good reasons to not have lines of communication, by the way, in some circumstances. Then ostracism is always there. Because, of course, if that's not respected, then you get situations like prison. Those people don't want to associate with each other. Prisoners don't want to be there. They don't want to associate with the guards in the power relationships that they do. Look at the prison. Look at the Stanford prison experiment. So whenever the freedom of association is violated, you have all these sort of perverse situations. Also, ask anybody in a public school too, right? And it's like nobody wants to be there. And granted, it's arguably not as intense as being in prison, which is a 24/7 thing, but still it's a huge chunk of one's day when you're in those public schools. And then it's also augmented by the fact that, it's exacerbated by the fact that the students in question are usually not fully formed adults, but rather are children in their formative years. Now, I guess the closest equivalent of an actual prison school situation would, of course, be a boarding school where they are there 24/7. But unless such schooling, whether it's boarding school or like a normal you go there during the day type of thing, unless it's voluntary, you're going to get all these weird, perverse types of side effects, one of which is actually bullying. And bullying itself is a form of coercive interaction, too. So it's funny that like a lot of these, as a side,
it's said that you're a product of your environment. I think that's how the phrase is. So yeah, if you're raised in a coercive culture, if you're coerced to go to government schools, it's not a surprise that culture seems to become ingrained and its values exemplified.
Right, and so it's not completely crazy that you would have a high school graduate of a public school basically look at the world in general and kind of, maybe if they don't, and most of them I don't think would explicitly say this, but I guess implicitly they're kind of viewing nation states kind of like how they view schools. So yeah, you could transfer, you could move to a different area and go to a different school district. Public school is what I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. You could have, or shall we say, your parents move with you in tow to a different neighborhood that gets you to a different school district and a different school where you are forced to associate with, maybe shall we say, a different caliber of people based on their affluency, and thus maybe some cultural norms might be different because there's more Federal Reserve notes lying around. I mean, maybe, I don't know, that's kind of a debatable point. But suffice it to say, maybe that's not completely different analogously from when people are looking at which countries they want to expatriate to. And like, well, this other nation state on this other continent has such and such laws versus this other one with these other set of laws. And well, I think I want to be on that one versus the other one, because it's basically like choosing school districts. And that, I think, I don't think I'm completely off base on that one, because it's the frame of reference is completely limited. The equivalent of setting up a second realm would be analogously similar to either setting up a private school or even setting up like a homeschooling co-op, where you're just kind of opting out. It's not just opting out of the public school district system, and the political situation, it's opting out of the whole nation state system, which ironically is global. So much for your global government thing, right? As some people would claim are their greatest fears. It's already global in a sense. Intergovernmental organizations, the IGOs, that is the global government, at least in some sense. But even the cooperating nation states kind of form a de facto global government because all governments are global, right? Okay. Well, without getting into a political science lesson too much, it's already there because there are no other options for the most part. So basically, to kind of go along with the analogy here, if in terms of setting up a second realm, it's kind of analogous to building something like either a private school, a truly full privatized public school, or analogous to a homeschooling co-op type thing. And then at that point, it's just expanding it to where it's a wider and wider network, maybe a network of fully privatized homeschools, or shall we say different portions of the second realm, or a network of homeschooling co-ops that are spread around the place. And that too would be kind of part of the second realm, so to speak. It's building something completely different that's outside the grasp of, shall we say, those public school districts or those nation states, to follow the analogy.
Right. And you were mentioning institutions now, so let's get back to the book real quick, and then we'll discuss further. Quote, "But worse than this is being removed from cooperative functions of society. Many institutions of our society were originally created to streamline cooperation between individuals. Since then, however, they have been taken over and remodeled to support state dominion. These institutions are numerous, and we will only list the most important ones here. Money and banking systems, property titles, identity, papers, passports, etc., licenses, regulations, and insurance, law enforcement and security, legal system, courts, correction and punishment, education and media, communication, energy and transportation networks, charity, now welfare. Each of these institutions and services are tightly controlled by the state. Access and provision are limited for those that are not perceived as enemies of the system and those that follow cultural norms. These systems are necessary for successful cooperation between individuals to satisfy the needs they cannot satisfy alone. 1 second, let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, end quote. So yeah, I mean, these things, I mean, there's, when it comes to, I guess, any portion of the human experience, obviously the, whether it's private adjudication, private policing, et cetera, yeah, the reason that there's calls for that is because, the state has taken over those areas and, yeah, certainly, remodeled to support state dominion. So, I mean, these are all very important things. I mean, money and banking systems, that's why cryptocurrencies are so big right now and why they're so important in in economic freedom. Property titles. Being able to clearly delineate who owns what, definitely crucial for human interaction. Identity, which that's for second realmers, for second realmers in their second realm, possibly, sure, but that one I don't see as being absolutely crucial, except for peer-to-peer interaction. I'm not a big fan of the papers, passports, the social security numbers, things like that. So I'm not sure why that one is put in here as an important institution. Licenses, regulations, and insurance. Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. As I said, law enforcement, security, legal system, courts, correction, and punishment. They're, in this second realm book, and also, I'm trying to remember if in hashtag Agora or some other one. I think they talked about it in hashtag Agora, but yeah, private, legal systems and second realms. That's certainly a necessity, right? Unfortunately, there are some folks that don't respect private property, and there has to be a way to deal with those folks. And some people do make mistakes, and there has to be a way to deal with those folks and provide restitution to the victims and all that stuff. As I mentioned a moment ago, education and media. Yeah, media is, I would say, overall, generally speaking, media and education, I guess media and education are, I would say more neutral. Whereas now, education and media, I would say more schooling and media, they're certainly slanted in favor of the state. You won't get on any of those big networks talking about anarchism and how to abolish the state. I mean, you just won't. And yeah, I mean, communication, energy, and transportation. We're talking, public works there, public services, public utilities, so-called. And then, charity, now welfare, which they do talk about in this second realm book on strategy later on, which we'll get to. A way to, I guess one of them would be kind of insurance. Then also there's another example he used that, say. I'm in a second realm and I have a family and I get locked up for tax evasion or something like that. Then there would be kind of a charity program set up so that while I'm incarcerated, my family could be supported while I'm away. So yeah, a lot of these things are seriously important, Kyle. But yeah, all of them have been taken on by the state, and that's why they're all in shambles.
Well, yeah, they've been relegated to the so-called public sector, and as such, they are susceptible to the tragedy of the commons. So, or at least a lot of those institutions have. So let's maybe take these one by one real quick. So, money and banking systems. To be fair, well, actually, Federal Reserve. Oh wait, I think I just answered that. Okay, never mind. Of course, there's also the big banks, but come on, they have to work hand in glove with the Federal Reserve, right? So whether it's one of the big banks or it's the Federal Reserve itself, I mean, central banking is the norm, unfortunately. Hence why the form of pushback has been like cryptocurrencies, right?
Well, yeah, cryptocurrencies for sure. And I guess before that, at least to some extent, silver and gold, although they, I guess the difference between those and cryptocurrencies is you can pay for stuff in cryptocurrencies, whereas, it's hard to do anything with, carrying around gold shavings or silver coins. So yeah, I mean, most places don't accept it. I'm sure you could deal with private individuals who'd be willing to do that, but yeah, man, thankfully there are, I guess as a positive to these obstacles, there are, I guess, second realm solutions to them.
Of course. But also think about the cultural aspect of it too, because even people, well, not just people at work, but even the other locals here in town, many of them only view Federal Reserve notes as a form of money because it's what the IRS will accept in payment of taxes. And it really is that kind of raw gut bottom line. So there you have an influence of you have laws of the state, so to speak, that actually have changed cultural norms, such as people's perception of money because of the tax laws. So even when you look at something real, like what Carl Menger said in the 19th century about the origins of money, to paraphrase, the origins of money lie not in the state. It is not the product of a legislative enactment. It is something that basically came about between people who were trading based on what was commonly valuable. Then it's like, holy crud. The state has become so massive and so Leviathan-ish, if that's a word, Leviathan-ish, is that a word? Maybe it should be.
It is now.
Yeah, it's become so Leviathan-ish that even locals here, their only perception of money are Federal Reserve notes, and anything not Federal Reserve notes is not money. Well, actually, if you want to be perfectly honest, it's actually fiat currencies, because there were some people here that actually use euros, but that's more of a limited area here in Austin.
Huh.
But yeah,
That's
it's basically well, that's more of a side note, but it's more like the only form of money are fiat currencies, because that's what governments accept in payment of taxes. And
we trust government with money, but private individuals, no. That's out of question. People are scammers, Kyle.
Mm-hmm. So like the next item on
hence why cryptocurrencies, to the mainstream, have been called a scam so many times. Yeah, there are a lot of them that
because
are
scams, because of that cultural prejudice that I just mentioned. That only the government can dictate money, even though historically that's not the case, as Menger pointed out. So the cultural norm is that because of the tax laws, therefore, the government by default, because the people have allowed them to do so, that the government has dictated what is and what is not money. And worse, if you want to go to the federal constitution, it does say, unfortunately, that the Congress shall have the power to coin and regulate money and the value thereof, or something to that effect. So there's also that delegated power of in the Constitution, which even the limited government people have to kind of go, ugh, that it's enumerated coin and coin money. Like, what does coin money mean? I guess with coin money, I guess some of the nicer limited government people would say something like, well,
silver coins.
Well, yeah, but now they're making other assumptions. It's like, well, it wasn't exclusively a monopoly thing granted to Congress, because if you read the Federalist/Anti-Federalist papers, it was just that they could, could this, could that. The reality of it in both economic terms and cultural terms is that all this time later, the only thing people view as money is the government-issued fiat currency vis-a-vis through the Federal Reserve. That's the bottom line. Now, the next line item here was about property titles. Obviously, for those folks who haven't listened to it, there was, I think, the episode you and I did on fee simple versus allodial title and all that.
Yep. The state is your landlord.
Basically, the long and short of that is that basically they assume the government owns all the land. And anybody who is considered a private landholder is really just it's a nicer form of rent, more or less. This is why things like eminent domain, among other powers of the state, are viewed kind of like a trump card of sorts against private landowners. So really, the government owns all the land. That's just kind of bottom line. So whether the land is technically designated as private or technically designated as public, i.e. directly government owned, versus, I guess, indirectly government owned, then yeah, the distinction almost doesn't matter, except of course if you're find yourself in a bit of lawfare, then the technical distinctions, the legal distinctions might actually matter if, for example, you're in a court case. But if we're talking about first principles and we're talking about reality as it is, the government views itself as owning all the land. That's the bottom line.
Yep. It's the king's fiefdom.
Yeah, basically. So with identity, papers, passports, etc., again, the government assumes a monopoly to basically dictate one's identity. And it's funny, you know, leftists, more so than anybody else, in a lot of ways are really concerned about, well, there's actually the entire term called identity politics. And what's fascinating, and other authoritarians have picked up on this too because they're not completely stupid, but the whole notion of identity politics is really funny. So people will get all up in tizzy about, oh, well, this term is insulting or that term is offensive, and you need to refer to me by this language instead of that language. Otherwise, you're a bigot kind of thing. And this is all hilarious because the shared assumption by all of them is that everybody must have a birth certificate. Everybody must have a social security card number thing.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm. They're dodging the really core issue of identity. They're focusing on all these superficialities, whether it's based on skin color or genitalia or some other, or even the types of people one may be wanting to copulate with, okay, to put it in a PG-13 way. All that stuff is incredibly superficial. What actually matters are what the laws about one's identity is. So yes, it does relate to the so-called legal person, but the more important part are the components of said legal persons, as evidenced by things like birth certificates, driver licensure if you have a driver's license, and let's say any professional certifications you may have, college degrees actually is part of it too, in some sense. I mean, all of that kind of stuff. And even in the book, they mention passports specifically. You know, it's that monopoly on dictating individual identity, which is particularly reprehensible, and neither the authoritarian left nor the totalitarian right ever bring it up, which is another reason neither of them will bring up paper tripping as a form of pushback against the both corporate and government bureaucracies. They'll never mention paper tripping ever, not once. Because it's the point of commonality,
right? Yeah,
that the government has a monopoly on dictating legal documents, and God help anybody who actually tries to issue their own private documents. And as much as I don't like the sovereign citizens, I will give credit where credit is due on one thing relevant here. They experimented with privately issued legal documents, which obviously got them in hot water. But it was an interesting experiment, whether it was privately issued license plates, you know, whether it was privately issued that you would usually think are government monopolies. They actually tried this. Different versions of the sovereign citizens did this, and they got in a whole heap of trouble. Multiple ones did. And so it showed that even if you tried, you know, even without the baggage of the sovereign citizen ideology, even if you tried issuing your own private, let's say, identity documents, the state and more specifically, the agents of the state will make an assumption that they are fraudulent and at the very least prosecuted for it. Maybe not get a conviction, assuming you didn't do anything technically illegal, but at the very least they'll prosecute you for it if you give them half a chance. And that's exactly what happened with many folks. So that itself is
the only exception there with people being able to generate passports and sell them without being tossed in a cage. If it's something, and this is a really side tangent, but if it's something like a model nation where I declare my house, or I declare the house that I live in as Ancapistan, and then I sell passports, and obviously they're not going to be accepted anywhere, but the state's not going to do anything because then they'll be legitimizing it, other than just kind of a gag, I guess you could say, just kind of a souvenir. So that'd be the only. There have been many people who have done model nations in the past. Sealand has issued hundreds of thousands of passports, and they've never gotten in trouble. So none of the ones that I know have ever gotten in trouble. But yeah, if you're directly challenging the state, like by private documents, trying to confront them, they're not gonna like that too much. I mean, yeah, it's a monopoly, right? They're the ones that deal with all that stuff. You can't, because you're just a peasant.
Right, basically. And moving on to the next item, licenses, regulations. Well, obviously, the licensure I just kind of touched on. The regulations are interesting because, again, there is that older LUA episode on the administrative agencies and all that, which basically went into exhaustive detail on regulations themselves. Short version here is basically the government bureaucracy gave itself extra constitutionally, at the very least, if not outright unconstitutionally, either version, unilaterally gave themselves the ability, or shall we say technically Congress did, but gave birth the bureaucracy to basically make their own laws, but they don't call them laws, they call them regulations, and hence this is what political scientists refer to as quote-unquote rule making, which is what bureaucrats do. And this rule-making power, which is essentially a legislative power, is not done by a legislature, it's done by bureaucrats. And ultimately, this rule-making power results in something called regulations. So when the FDA or the FCC issue regulations, that is an exercise of that particular administrative agency's rulemaking power to basically make up their own laws. And these, of course, are published, if it's federal government, it's published in the Federal Register. So it's like a government within a government already. So now the controlled schizophrenia just keeps getting piled on and piled on and piled on. I guess maybe the closest equivalent to a government regulation might be a corporate policy, but I don't know. Corporate policies are almost nicer.
They don't get enforced by the barrel of a gun. And if you don't want to follow those rules, well,
you get fired.
You don't visit the establishment, or you just quit or you get fired. Yeah,
it's some form of ostracism, right? If you work for them, if you work for like a some sort of multinational corporation or whatever, you can either quit.
You have to be in line with their company culture.
Yes.
So there's that too.
Yes, but at least the enforcement of it is for the most part pretty peaceful, even if it's distasteful. You either get fired or you can take the initiative and quit. If you're a customer, you just simply don't buy anything from them, right? And you can even use free speech and basically say such and such corporation has bad business habits or whatever because of XYZ policies and all that, right? That's what protesters used to do back in the day, back when they had at least a tiny bit of integrity and such. Of course, I've noticed they don't really do that anymore, which I find interesting. Insurance. Now, that's interesting because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the insurance industry, regardless of the form of insurance, the insurance industry is basically fascist, right? They are very tied into the government.
Yeah, I would say so. At least, every major industry is definitely fascistic in nature, and also socialistic in nature too, right? But I think the glaring one here is car insurance, considering that's mandatory in a lot of states. So they've definitely, you want to talk about a fascistic relationship. Oh man, State Farm for car insurance, they made a killing off of that because they can charge more because you have to have it. And
because of the government laws, because of the government laws mandating a hypothetically privately issued form of insurance, but it's not really privately issued; it's fascistically issued.
Right, and see, I guess as a comparison here, like you can get like I pay around $40-50 for liability only insurance, which is not bad at all. I mean, it's cheap as hell compared to what I paid a few years back. But like in New Hampshire, you can get like full policies. I heard one of the folks there, I'm not going to say any names, I'm not a big fan of him. I know you aren't either. But he was saying that he has full coverage for like $20 or $25 a month because it's not mandatory. So they have to compete. They actually have to compete for business. They have to make it worthwhile for people to pay for the service. Whereas with insurance here in the first realm, oh boy, yeah, definitely fascistic, and it's also coercive too. I mean, that's I think in Illinois that is maybe a misdemeanor. I don't know. Not something you would mess with though. I mean, jail time is on the table. So yeah.
Yeah, and one of the articles in my Right to Travel series was strictly focused on mandatory insurance as it is here in Texas and all that. But just for purpose of time, let me get through these next couple quickly. So they also mention in the book law enforcement and security, and then of course legal systems, courts, correction, and punishment. Again, that's all lawfare. The use of law as a weapon against the citizenry as a weapon of war, more or less. So law enforcement, that would be your government police, the bludgies, the King's Guards, the bluecoats.
Extortionists.
Road pirates, I think, was another phrase I've heard used. There's all sorts of incredibly insulting terms, which of course are also incredibly accurate. to regarding the so-called law enforcement officers or LEOs or what have you. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like for the umpteenth time, please read Dr. Roger Roots' Our Cops Constitutional to really get an idea about the constitutionality of like so-called professional law enforcement and all that.
Yeah, and one other thing there with law enforcement security, conservatives and neocons and I guess just cop suckers in general, the culture of
Blue Lives
justice.
Matter. Blue Lives Matter, right?
Yep. Well, the culture of so-called law enforcement in the United States, as you mentioned, Roger Roots' Our Cops Constitutional, the culture of justice was a lot different than what it is today. So, sorry, conservatives. One of those original founding values and principles. You're actually the ones you complain about so much, how things are changing. We need to get back to the roots of America. Maybe we should start there.
Well, it's also fun. Well, it's not just that either, because I remember when Black Lives Matter started, and although there were some other factors involved which ain't too great, eventually at some point their protest demands at least focused at least at some point on reforming the police and making them softer, kinder, and cuddlier. Hell, even at one point they wanted to abolish civil asset forfeiture, which is one of the very few things I actually agree with Black Lives Matter about wholeheartedly, because of civil asset.
Two out of 10 of things on their platform. We did an LUA episode on it.
Right.
It was the Black Lives Matter manifesto. But yeah, like 2 out of 10 of them. Fantastic. With the other 8, obviously, it's all political crusading, and yeah.
Right. And civil asset forfeiture is itself a use of lawfare, which of course is a form of coercion and very much part of the first realm because it's an outright denial of property rights, even legally. But what was fascinating was that when it came down to BLM actually getting close to accomplishing their objectives, or at least advocating for their objectives, even though they didn't get anywhere close to achieving them, it was basically, well, it wasn't abolish the police. I think maybe only 1 or 2 individuals at BLM ever said that. The mainline, shall we say, manifesto, the mainline rhetoric was, we want police accountability. Well, like, what does that mean? Does that mean you videotape everybody all the time? Because Lord knows copblock.org and various other people in the New Hampshire area, for whatever reason, there are all sorts of people focused on that. And how much police accountability has truly arisen from that? Like how many cops have, like I've asked before on previous episodes and other articles I've written, how many cops have lost their jobs and been fired, never mind getting imprisoned, but just gotten fired because they murdered somebody or because they beat somebody senseless because they were resisting an openly admitted unlawful arrest. So there is no accountability.
It happens so little that it's literally a miracle when it does.
Yeah, but then it's like, well, why bother videotaping the police? Don't get me wrong. I think people should have the freedom to do so without having their free speech and liberty of the press being censored. Obviously, that's wrong, but that's not my question. My question was in a more utilitarian aspect. What are the proven results of reining in the police and making them accountable by videotaping them, or even other means that are similar to that, like protesting every other time somebody gets murdered by a bludgie? And last time I checked, aside from some very specific case studies were actually completely unrelated to videotaping, etc., the cop did get at least prosecuted, at least to some degree. Not always convicted, of course, because a lot of times the juries actually acquit these guys. Remember, I think there was one that happened even somewhat recently where it was kind of repeating that same trend. The jury keeps acquitting all these cops because I guess during voir dire, both lawyers want to make sure that the juries are biased in favor of the police, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that too. So I guess there's your real world jury tampering, but it's the legalized.
Your first realm injustice system.
Yeah, exactly. But again, regardless of these, regardless of these kind of details, or even more specific details, or even more generalized details, the bottom line though is that the legal system is a monopoly. And that's kind of a problem because it's not privatized at all. And it's funny that some people will complain about the privatized prisons, and it's like, have you looked at the non-privatized typical government dungeons? I don't know, man. I mean, prison is prison is prison. And the so-called private prisons ain't even private. They're corporate. They're corporate prisons. So, I mean, this confusion that the left does constantly, even that guy at work I mentioned a little bit ago, where basically they make this assumption that capitalism is fascism and fascism is capitalism, that they're just synonyms for each other. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Can't you just have private property without, lobbying and otherwise bribing legislators to pass laws favorable to your particular industry?
Right. And one thing I do want to mention here is that for legal system courts, correction and for those things, legal system courts, correction and punishment, there's a very specific portion of this book that covers that. And one of the things that I found intriguing, and one thing I kind of liked about it, I mean, I've done a lot of archiving court documents that are available, for the public. That's kind of the first realm system, but I guess just a brief summary here of what they would do, or what suggestion was for the second realm is that only the details the details of the case and the result thereof is only known to the first realm terms, the defendant, the plaintiff, and the adjudicator. Only those three people know what happened in the case, and beyond that, everything else is private, because anonymity and security and privacy are absolutely crucial to the second realm. So that's just an interesting difference between the first and the second realm, or at least a potential possibility for the second realm justice system.
Yeah, but even what the book on strategy even referred to is that it's also kind of like nobody else's business either. Because like what the first realm lawyers would call like various different so-called legal principles, but one of which relevant here would be like stare decisis. Something like stare decisis is already irrelevant in the second realm, because each of these, shall we say, contract disputes, which is what they really are, each of these contract disputes are on a case-by-case basis anyway. So even the entire notion of case law is a moot point. Therefore, there really isn't really a need for transparency, and in fact, transparency is actually kind of a, if not necessarily a bad thing, at the very least, it's frowned on. As opposed to the first realm, where you really do need transparency, because otherwise, the state, with its monopoly on coercion, can basically set up its own secret police force and basically black bag anybody they want. Actually, they can do that now. They just have to worry more about the PR stuff, which is why they try to have a semblance of public trials, like the Constitution mentions, and other legal statutes and whatever mention about having public trials and so forth because of due process. But the only reason for things like due process and that kind of stuff is because those were, and even jury trials and jury nullification as an extension of jury trials. The only reason for any of that stuff is that those were stopgap methods while the monopoly government is still around, and has always been for thousands of years. Right? Juries originally started because it was actually under a monarchist form of government. It was under monarchy that jury started. It wasn't with these democratic republics that are so in vogue now. Or even oligopolies and oligarchies. It was under monarchy that jury started, not because monarchy is a good form of government, but because there was some sort of legal protection that was demanded and finally enforced by the people, and yes, sometimes special interests, but through a combination of both, there were some legal protections that kind of got in, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it doesn't. At least throughout history. I would say recent history kind of gives a different answer, I think, but that was how it originally started. And the entire notion of due process was, again, a stopgap mitigation type thing to prevent the very worst of abuses under the frame of reference of these nation states and all that. So, but this wasn't anything to really aspire to. This isn't anything to build a brand new culture on, which is what the second realm is all about. So yes, I'm glad you pointed out the difference between a privatized adjudication and the government monopoly court system. But yeah, the values are very different, obviously. And speaking of that, the next one was education and media. Well, that's very interesting because, let's see, they're pretty much all fascist. Well, actually, hold on. The so-called mainline public school system is socialist because it has, at least a portion of it does, but then for some odd reason they've been growingly tolerant of, I guess, some private schools which are arguably fascist if they accept government funding, but then at the same time,
and
you also have
they have to follow a strict. They still have to follow a strict. To get accreditation, they do have to follow kind of a strict state mandated or state approved curriculum and such. So yeah, it's definitely still. It might be just a touch better, but not much.
Right, and then at the same time, you have the development of like homeschooling, whether it's homeschooling families or homeschooling co-ops or homeschooling fill in the blank version and theme thereof, which the state really hates and has really been trying to crack down on in various times and places. And so some places of America have less homeschooling regulations and other places have more onerous homeschooling regulations and so forth. And thankfully, there's actually a couple that frankly don't have any. But yeah, it's kind of an
Illinois is very lenient, which is surprising.
Right. So it's very much kind of this tug back and forth between, much like Murray Rothbard pointed out in Education Free and Compulsory, that the state has basically been at war with parents over control of their children, was more or less how he phrased. Now, when you look at the media, which is arguably similar, that is more fascist, right? Big media. I think it used to be like the big five. Now it's like the big three or however many there are, these multinational corporate entities that basically parrot at the state line because, of course, when you look in things like the various different comprehensive annual financial reports by different governments, they actually own stock in a lot of these multinationals, media conglomerates and all that, which is actually really kind of troubling when you consider what is supposed to be the exercise of the liberty under the press vis-a-vis the federal Constitution's First Amendment and all that, not to mention the various state constitutions equivalent of liberty of the press like what we have here in Texas and other places. So basically, if the government actually has stock in these, can you imagine those shareholder meetings? That, we have a representative from the blah, blah, blah because of X number of shares we've got in, let's say, CBS or Fox or pick somebody. And therefore –
Senator Robinson, you have 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What? Or whatever government agent
And honestly, I would love to be a fly on the wall during those shareholder meetings when several of those shareholder representatives are directly government agents. I would love that. That would be a wonderful expose too at some point in the future. If somebody wanted to like leak me something or whatever, because I would so love that because that would be the closest thing to direct proven control of the government, not just peripherally, not just the corporate reporters basically just parroting whatever was said at a government press conference, but direct incentivized control of what is supposed to be the free press. And yes, I am talking mainstream media, but like proving it directly, that would be wonderful because in other times and places, the state's control of media is more total and complete, but it's also more obvious. But you see, the situation here in America is that they had to be a lot more subtle about it. Hence the use of corporations, which of course themselves are creatures of the state, to basically run these so-called multimedia empires. And even if you look at even what are supposed to be like the so-called neutral news wires like Associated Press or Reuters, they too have shareholders who, shall we say, are of the so-called public sector. So, these assumptions that some of these socialists and other lefties make about, it's the corporations, the corporations do that. And the reason we the socialists don't like corporate media is because, well, they're corporate. It's kind of like really kind of missing the point here because then, of course, their whole big solution to everything under the planet is that they want to use big government as a bulwark against big business, which, of course, doesn't make any sense because it's almost like they're kind of assuming it's like a chicken and the egg problem, except it isn't. There's actually a direct line of causation here. First came the government, then came the corporations. So claiming that, well, we just need to control the corporations and we do that by going to the government and getting laws passed and all that kind of stuff. And we need more regulations like that coworker of mine put it. It's like, but wait a minute. the corporations only exist because of the government. You really have like cause and effect really kind of not even turned around. It's just kind of helter-skelter all over the place according to your preferences because, well, you have issues. And that's something else.
That's a symptom of the trivium, like of not using the trivium method too. Cause and effect is certainly certainly something at play there. But communication. What do you think about the public works here?
Well, yeah. So when you look at whether it's telecommunications, the energy grid, and roads, that's your transportation network. Well, that's interesting. So there's been recent moves now to try and either nationalize or otherwise render technically it would be fair to call it the corporate telecommunications networks by these various multinationals. In some ways, kind of what we're using right now, sort of. To basically try and turn it into like a direct government-owned thing, because now it's like some people are now saying stuff like, oh, we need to lobby the government to make the internet like a public utility. It's like, are you crazy? They already did that with the electrical grid, and look how that turned out. And so that's – and then it's funny too, because speaking of the electrical grid, there was that other article I wrote where a portion of which dealt with because the electric grid is a public utility, it's actually the government the federal government officials specifically were actually worried that because the energy grid is a public utility, therefore it's more susceptible to terrorist attacks. Or not even necessarily that, but even just some sort of catastrophic socioeconomic, collapse, meltdown, otherwise grid down scenario. So it's kind of like, okay, so
everyone would be fucked. I mean, you hear a lot of stories about people in winter, like the public utilities are shut off because they didn't pay for like 3 months, and they end up dying. They don't do that anymore. But yeah, people dying in just a few days, because the electricity is out because they have no means of self-sufficiency. They have no inclination. They don't help themselves, so they didn't get the help, and they perish because of it. But yeah.
Yeah. And well, I mean, yeah, there's all those issues about, dependency on certain forms of technology too. But I guess that's part of it, right? Because again, if you have people who were reared in the public schools and all that, and they view the teachers as authority, then of course, why not view the government and its agents thereof as a form of authority who are supposed to bestow on you these things you need for your survival, like electricity. And so what's
the cultural norm? Is it independence or dependence?
Yeah, and road socialism was actually how he phrased it, because the road socialists want to, socialize the roads, which technically is what they are. The public highways is actually legally what they're referred to as. And of course, there's all sorts of legalisms related to that I won't get into here, which I've already done during that Right to Travel series. But suffice it to say for here, yeah, basically communalizing the roads under the auspices of the government or the so-called public, with the government as an admittedly despotic trustee, whichever version you want to believe in, is very much a tragedy of the commons situation. And then people complain about potholes or whatever else, and it's just kind of like, well, there is such a thing as a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know how to put it. I mean, it's like the energy grid thing that I mentioned a moment ago. It's kind of like you take these things that exist, you put them under the auspices of a government, you turn into so-called public property or even public lands or whatever version it is, and then it turns into a tragedy of the commons, and then people are whining and screaming and all that because apparently they don't understand economics, or more importantly, maybe some of them don't even want to. Because I guess reality is scary and they don't want to take responsibility for their own actions and or their own, shall we say, beliefs, and the impracticality of said beliefs like public lands or some other fantasies. I don't know. I mean, that's getting a little bit into psychology, but considering that this episode's about the philosophy of the first realm, I think it's real relevant. That, look at that controlled schizophrenia too. I mean, it's really kind of, and then it's really kind of ubiquitous. And then obviously the last item on there is, the charity now welfare. And it's just, yeah, charity used to be, and in some instances still is, privatized. And yes, often it was through religious organizations, churches, and so forth, which of course the left hates, which I find interesting for other reasons. But, it's kind of like, well, the whole notion of like religious freedom, at least in this country, was always kind of, well, here's the way I'll put it. If a bunch of people decide to voluntarily gather together in the woods and dance around a tree stump, show me the coercion, because I can't find it. Now, some people can make issues about, well, the children of those people have to be inculcated with the faith that they didn't choose or whatever. That's getting into finer issues. I'm just saying, strictly speaking, between consenting adults, if a bunch of people dance around a tree stump in the middle of the woods, do they really hurt anybody? Are they violating property rights? Now, yes, to outsiders, yes, they would quite possibly, some people may actually agree that, hey, maybe dancing around a tree stump's a fun activity. Maybe it'll actually help the grass grow if you're a little superstitious. And then other people would be like, well, they're kind of being really superstitious weirdos. I don't want to be around the people dancing around a tree stump for no reason. But it's like, okay, but then do the people who are dancing around the tree stump have the freedom to do something which is potentially foolish? And if the answer is no, then there is no such thing as religious freedom, and therefore that kind of paves the way for theocracy or even what some people would call statheism, right? The atheists who believe in statism and all that. You know, they've just switched out. They've just switched out one type of superstition for another. So they don't believe in what they themselves would view as the superstition of the man in the sky or versions thereof. But for whatever strange reason, they believe in the superstition. The most dangerous superstition, as Larkin Rose would put it, the most dangerous superstition of the belief in authority itself, which is what government bases its legitimacy off of. I am authority. I am the ruler. Like Taz saying, well, I am the state. So said Louis XIV, I believe it was. And so that's kind of food for thought in a lot of ways. So you look at that charity. The charity that's privatized, and oh no, we can't have private charity because religion, therefore, so argue the left, so therefore we have to have this massive welfare state that basically rules people from cradle to grave and dictates every jot and tittle they do.
Right. So yeah, generally speaking, charity, so-called charity in the first realm, thanks to the state, is the redistribution of wealth and violations of personal autonomy. And there are also a lot of negative ramifications come from that, which then breed, future first realmers. And, I guess for a lot of folks getting stuck in the system, if they don't have to work, then, why would they, do anything productive? Why would they, and you'd think, and I guess this might be an argument. Well, I don't know. You'd think that if they have all this free time, they could, actually pursue they could actually pursue intellectual pursuits. But, that's not really what's happening, is it? So,
nope.
It's all negative. It's all negative, and the welfare issue really does breed a lot of the slave-on-slave violence or slave-on-slave. Disagreements within the servile society, within the first realm. So anything else there? Or can we move forward?
Yeah, just keep in mind that for the listeners that this is a very brief overview. These different bullet-pointed items that were in the second realm book on strategy that we just kind of went through in more detail. There's even more to the first realm than even that, but this is kind of more of a brief overview. Yeah.
So we don't have much left to cover here. But certainly some really important things. So, quote, "It is by regulation, licensing, and cultural dominance that access to and the provision of these institutions and services is regulated, always with a tight integration of surveillance and punishment. Though there are always cracks in this control that allow people to slip through, the main occupation for legislators and bureaucrats appears to search for and close those cracks, to create a system in which these institutions, combined with a matching culture, provide a totalitarian tool set and mold each individual under the dominance of the state system." End quote. So I guess we can stop there. So what? As Rayo talked about, legal interstices or utilizing gray areas in the law to increase your invulnerability to coercion or to increase your personal freedom. Well, maybe I guess similar to that, but what they're talking about here is not only using law to your advantage, to increase your own personal freedom, but they're talking about like cracks in the matrix, I guess, like cracks in the control system, where people can, opt out and, start living off grid, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, they really are correct that the goal here, and this is why, when, and going back to the Scott Horton, the interview I did with Scott Horton last night with Somalia, one of the reasons that the United States government intervened, as I remember Scott explaining it, was because they didn't have a government. And every country should have a government. I mean, they need those services. We're gonna give them a government. We're gonna give them it because they need it. So it's definitely this totalitarian mindset that that force and coercion are the way to operate things, and without that, they always have to try to get people back into the system, just like with what we talked about. Maybe this is Vonu, but unbanking, the whatever I think administrative agency it is that does their yearly report on unbanking. The idea is to get people back into modern banking. It's like, well, what can we do? What regulations can we put forth? What can we do to help bring people into this great financial system?
Yeah, and speaking about the cracks in the control, for a somewhat more specific example, there's also the agorist, not exclusively agorist notion of like the gray market. So basically things that are unregulated and unlicensed, but not outlawed, because all the outlawed stuff is of course black market. So even the very notion of like a gray market is itself kind of a crack in the matrix thing, where the lawyers didn't devise a set of laws to like stranglehold some element of the human experience. So to make this a little bit more concrete, look at something like cryptocurrencies, at least up until recently, where it was this unregulated, unlicensed, and up until now, untaxed type of activity, type of tool that was around that people use. Maybe not in huge swaths, arguably not in huge swaths right now, but enough people were using it to the point where the regulators were kind of brought in to kind of squish down on that, because I guess some of the more mainstream Bitcoiners made an assumption that in order to increase the probability of greater adoption and use of cryptocurrencies, therefore the regulators must be brought in to squish it before it really kind of takes off. I mean,
that mindset, or that these people were just invested in modern banking, and they saw a technological tool for modern banking. So, well, what's modern banking? Well, it's highly regulated, regulated by the state. So, okay, so let's get this into modern banking. It'd be a great tool for everybody. Well, what do? Well, you go to the state and you work with them on common sense regulations.
Yes, and we're forming relationships between the lobbyists and the bureaucrats, right? And we're supposed to be okay with this, because that's part of political crusading too. And so, yeah, and anybody who's not okay with this is a bad person, because they're not agreeing with the political crusaders that we basically have to help the bludgies squish our own collective necks, so to speak. I mean, that's how bad this is.
Yeah. Definitely true. So, just a few paragraphs here. I'll return to the book, and then we'll discuss that, and then we will begin to close out for this episode. So, quote: cultural codes, values, symbols, and systems and institutions of cooperation enable the state to become a spatial entity through its agents, proponents, and dependents. Culture forms the base for active consent, while access control of institution creates a soft force to keep the subjects in line. The benefits of compliance outweigh the risks of dissent. This supplies the state with the individual people that project its force into the spatial realm through their actions. This starts with simple social exclusion of dissenters, continues with snitching and inviting the state agents into situations where they are unwanted, and ends by using force against dissenters. The interwoven aspects of culture, institution, profits from redistribution, and the longing for stability form the foundation of the power of states and assure lasting consent, both passive and active, for this system of domination. We call the totality of this system the first realm, end quote. So, kind of came full circle. Started out with that quote as a definition, and here we are as it is. But the authors of this book definitely do place a high, a high obstacle on the culture. I think it's appropriate. I really didn't, until I started looking into Rayo and Vonu, I didn't understand the significance of that. I really don't think I do. But culture, if the culture was anti-statist, then there'd be no one to obey the laws and that sort of thing. So culture is just as much a part of this evil first realm as the state is, as far as I'm concerned. And sure, I mean, I think there's definitely has to be more leeway for folks in the first realm that unfortunately a lot of people, mostly everyone goes through all this propaganda, this government schooling, and all of this. So there is, I think, some sympathy that is acceptable, but obviously people are individuals. They have the ability to critically think, even if they don't, and they choose not to take that responsibility. So culture is, it's definitely a major thing.
Well, yeah, but and also the culture of the First Realm is filled with controlled schizophrenia. And actually, let me kind of bring up something that you were kind of highlighting before. So, and I did as well. So there was that coworker of mine who like loves FDR and all that. Sorry, something else he said was rather interesting. He basically thought it was odd that the Koch brothers wanted to get rid of the FDIC. And I asked him what he liked about the FDIC. He was like, oh, well, that's another New Deal thing, and FDR is great and all that. Now, here's what's interesting. Two things about the FDIC. First, even the acronym FDIC is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Now, remember what that coworker of mine said when I said earlier this episode about what he said. He's against corporations. We need more regulations against corporations, but he loves the FDIC, which is itself a corporation because that's what the C in FDIC stands for. It is a corporation.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, guys, Coinbase. They have their FDIC, I guess, backed.
Ugh, that's even worse. That's even worse.
Great.
Can we have like less government-approved outlets for the human experience, please?
Nope. Coinbase would literally suck the dicks of every government agent if they even implied that they needed to. So
yeah, well, so does so does the Bitcoin Foundation. But yeah, that was because they had that behind closed door secret meeting with the Federal Reserve and IRS and all those other people and FinCEN too. But yeah, it's which of course I wrote about and only one other person did on that I'm aware of. But yeah, so FDIC is a corporation. So there's the controlled schizophrenia right there. As the coworker said, the corporations are evil. They need regulations, but I love the FDIC, which is itself a corporation because that's what the C in FDIC actually literally means. Second thing I want to point out, you were mentioning before about those surveys that were taken periodically every once in a while about the unbanked and so forth. Guess what administrative agency was the one that actually issued the surveys and put them out?
FDIC.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
God damn, yeah.
Yep. So the FDIC is the one that is the administrative agency unconstitutionally, just by its very existence, just like the FAA and the FCC, and insert pretty much just about any acronym here of the federal soup boys. It's another administrative agency, technically a corporation, that basically is trying to suck people back into the mainstream banking system, which is fascist. Or if you look at the Federal Reserve, technically more socialist, but regardless is authoritarian all around. And there's like nothing good about it. And of course, it's a product of the New Deal, which my coworker did correctly point out. But then he went and said it's a good thing, which of course I view as a bad thing because the New Deal might as well be the raw deal. It was just an excuse to establish the welfare state more solidly than it already had been up to that point historically, in the 20s, 30s, and so forth. So that's kind of where we're at. It's funny. It's like, I hate the big banks, but I love the FDIC. It's like, they need each other, right? That's kind of how the fascists and the socialists in the government actually get along. This is how authoritarianism works. It makes use of admittedly different class special interests, but then finds a way to kind of mesh them together because we all need to work together. We need to compromise and find a solution for what ails the body politic, because that's how these bureaucrats talk. That's how these politicians talk. That's how these judges and cops and lawyers talk. And so when they talk about working together and being bipartisan, that's when the real crackdown happens. If anything, partisan bickering is almost a good thing because it means that they're warring with each other about class special interests, and at least for the time being, leaving the rest of us normal people alone. And see, the culture, and it's worse because the culture incentivizes all that. When you look at things like political parties, which aren't in the Constitution, in some ways that's actually been created by the culture. Actually, in some ways.
And definitely.
When you look at the presidential election cycles, not just this past recent one and its unusual kookiness, but you really look at any of them and you look at something like the presidential popular vote, that's not anywhere in the laws or the Constitution or federal Constitution more specifically. What is in the law is the Electoral College, and that's what actually chooses the president or selects the president if you prefer. That's what the law actually says.
And thankfully, the Crybaby Left actually did point that out, which was fantastic. They admitted that they admitted that we had no say in this, which means that we need to make it a popular vote now. I mean, that's what we need to do. So they actually came out and admitted, but I actually found beyond that there were a couple more sentences. Let me just wrap those up real quick when we get back to it. Quote, please keep in mind that we are here talking about the system of domination, not the specific implementation or parties running it. Thus far, attempts to change the system have at most changed the faces running the show, but have never fundamentally changed the game. Amen. Although we may call the population's support for this system unethical, misguided, stupid, or even evil, it is nevertheless a reality that must be faced clearly. Our challenge is of an enormous magnitude. This is why previous strategies have failed to achieve much lasting change. End quote. So that's just kind of concluding a couple of conclusionary points here that I wanted to toss in there before I forgot. But Kyle, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And that's the thing, though. So things, when you look at things, elements of the first realm, like political parties, like this whole presidential popular vote thing, or any of these other fantasies, even the mainstream media's coverage of presidential elections, all of that stuff is evocative of the culture. There's no laws that says that the mainstream media has to report on what the president did every jot and tittle during the election cycle, or even, as the case was this go around in this particular cycle, his first year in office. There's no law that says they have to do that. They chose to do that. Those content producers, the editors, to some degree even the reporters, but at the very least the guys that are making the decisions about content, they made these choices. I mean, think about all the newsworthy events that are happening in the world, and then distilling that down to all the newsworthy events in the world that actually could be fit on the front page news or on the evening newscast or something to that effect. Never mind the 24/7 cable channels, okay? So the amount of excuses is approaching zero, but they would rather, the big media, the oligopoly, the big three or whatever it is now, would rather report the same 5 stories, and these days apparently involving the same guy, apparently, would rather report the same 5 stories than actually report even on a broad selection, or a somewhat broader selection of truly newsworthy items of things that are happening in the world. So I'm saying that I think this is in part cultural, or at least in large part, because there is no government laws that dictate they must do this. Then when you look at, the more fascist angle of it, like what's revealed by the Kafirs and so forth, there's government meddling, at least to some greater or larger degree, right? For a different example, but in terms of cultural influence by the state and so forth and vice versa. For instance, I think it was one of those Spider-Man movies or whatever, but there was, in like one passing scene, you'll see a billboard basically promoting joining the National Guard or whatever. And it had nothing to do with the plot line. It had nothing to do with the characters or any of the fictional elements of this cultural, arguably, piece of art or entertainment or whatever. But then you have this propaganda placement, kind of like product placement. We have this propaganda placement for people to go join an organ of the state. So where is that coming from? Where is this militarism coming from? I mean, I guess it is coming from the state, but then the culture also reinforces it through things like entertainment, right? There was also that other movie where the main plot line, what was it, the U.S. Marines versus a bunch of aliens, whatever the title was. But the plot line was like, oh, what was it? Some West Coast, was it San Francisco or wherever it was, got invaded by aliens. And so the entire plot line is basically this disaster movie where the Marines are shooting at aliens. Extraterrestrials, not people hopping over the border, aliens, just to clarify.
Well, I mean, there's also another thing there, too. I mean, as far as why these things may be happening, it's been well known that the Pentagon, some like the federal government, I'll just say that the federal government has been paying, the NFL a lot of money to like televise. Before like 5 years ago, they never televised the national anthem. Or anything like that. But now they do because they got a lot of money from the state to do that. So I'm guessing a lot of these movies, they get checks of taxpayer dollars to do these things. I would guess that has something to do with it, at least in some instances.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm also glad you brought that up for another reason. So there's a couple things going on there with like organizations like the NFL, but basically these major, again, corporate sporting organizations or corporations, whether it's the NFL, whether it's MLB, whether it's NBA, or pick an acronym of these corporations that do receive direct state funding to, like, I don't know, set up like the umpteenth stadium in, XYZ city or whatever. That is very much I mean, it's so incredibly fascist, it's bordering on socialist because it's not quite a monopoly, but it's getting awfully close. Because how many of these major sporting organizations have competition relative to their own particular sport? Like let me put it this way: who competes? What organization competes with the National Basketball Association? Anybody?
They are monopolies.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, then the National Football League, the NFL. Who are their competitors?
Okay, yeah. Let me correct that. There are competitors, but it's like arena league and just like bullshit. Talent. Like there's not a whole lot of talent there. A lot of these stadiums.
It's not the millions. It's not the multi-million-dollar contract.
A lot of them are losing money. Yeah. So you're
talking like semi-pro. Yeah.
There is, I guess, competition, but it's not competition.
It's the facade of competition, because I think what you're kind of getting are like the semi-pro or whatever the term is. We're not talking like the $1 million player contract type major leagues, right? Oh, minor leagues. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, you're talking more about minor leagues. And see, there's even in the language, that's another thing that's also cultural too. Even in the language with all the sporting stuff, there's a distinction between major leagues and the minor leagues. The minor leagues would be like your semi-pros who – or I think you described it well. The major leagues would be the guys with the multi-million-dollar contracts that, oh, by the way, get a cool chunk of their funding from the state. And again, who are their competitors? You look. Actually, let's take baseball, Major League Baseball. Who are the professional level competitors, organizations who compete against the MLB? Anybody? Because
there aren't, and that's a good point too. Because if they're like even if there is like a competitor to the MLB at a similar level, it's all overseas. Like there's not so yeah, you have like the Europe League and the Canadian League, but the competition, there is no competition in the United States. There's no possible way, and I would say in large part because of the fascistic, I guess, placement or positioning, it's not financially feasible for anyone to try to compete with them. So yep. I'd be interested. I'm not going to do this myself, but I'd be curious to see. Like there was like the predecessor to the NFL. I'd be curious to find out then. If the state saw this as an opportunity. I mean, they do like to infiltrate entertainment and propagandize. That's not a conspiracy at all. I'd be curious to see how much of an influence or an impact the state had in this first and this, I guess, specific example of first realm entertainment, and how that if that was kind of like the the agricultural industry where it really didn't take off until corn syrup was subsidized and all the subsidies in general. So I'd be curious to see if there's a parallel thing happening there too.
Oh, that's actually a potential article idea of a more historical nature. That's a good hypothesis at the very least. But yeah, I see where you're going with that. And so what I'm simply saying is that one of the stupidest statements I have ever heard in my life in any context was that, well, America has a free market in professional sports. And I look and
have you heard that?
This was last week at work, because there's a guy there was a guy who's kind of like a former high school jock type who has since become a little bit doer, because he used to be a bully. He actually admitted this to me while we were working. So, but he's actually kind of okay, and he's always treated me well. So I guess maybe he had a personality change. A little bit of a side issue. Point being is that he was very much a jock when he was in high school. So he was very much that stereotype. But he's also kind of a dumbass. And the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody say, and this came straight from him, was that, I'll say it again because even I had a hard time hearing it the first time. I actually asked him to repeat it, so I'll do that for the listeners here. The claim is America has a free market in professional sports. Okay, no, professional sports, I would assume that's major leagues, not minor leagues, okay? And in context, he was talking about like your NFLs, MLBs, and such, right? So in context, we were talking major leagues. And I looked at him, and I also said some things that are not appropriate even for the interwebs. But suffice it to say, he was basically not all there, and being very delusional. And I guess that would count as controlled schizophrenia too, probably just a little bit.
Worse. I don't know. Like, I think there needs to be a different terminology different terms created for different stages of controlled schizophrenia, like mild schizo, mild controlled schizo, moderate controlled schizo, and then just Okay, like I don't know what the worst one would be, but or I guess at risk. I don't know.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think there needs to be a sliding scale.
That might be an episode that might be an episode all into itself, another podcast for another time. But suffice it to say for now that professional sports have competition, and it's also that's another layer of controlled schizophrenia I just realized is that the whole notion of sports just commonly is about competition between teams, whether it's 2 teams, 3 teams, whatever the sport is. We could also be playing friggin' cricket, okay, and it would still be a sport, right? So just to rub in the British a little bit, the limeys there a little bit, right, with cricket. The whole point is competition and play by the rules and fair, and the whole notion of fair play, and may the best man, or in this case team, may the best team win. But if your competitive teams within a particular sport is actually controlled by a de facto monopoly, then we have a contradiction here. At least I think so, or at least a budding contradiction, or at least the great possibility of a contradiction. I mean, unless hypothetically there's supposed to be some sort of alleged competition between, say, different types of professional sports, such as the NFL has more people watching their games than, let's say, the MLB does. Does that count as competition?
It does, yes, but there are.
But they're all funded by the state.
It comes down to preference, anyways. I mean, just because it's.
But they're all funded by the state. Yeah. And oh, by the way, as a side note, without going on too long on this one particular point, you look at the first realm as well. Look at the Olympics, which is more the international version of like professional sports, in a sense, and all that stuff's funded by those different nation-state governments that are involved with that as well. So you look at the intermingling of the state with different elements of culture, well, not just a culture, any culture, really. And you start, and again, take aside the superficialities of like East versus West and different cultures thereof. Look at the similarities. The similarities are that the state has its grip in the development of culture and social norms. Heck, actually, let me bring up one other thing, too. This is more as an issue-specific item that political crusaders get big about. Look at marriage. Marriage pre-existed the state. Marriage is very much a creation of culture. Originally, you go back far enough, it's a creation of culture. Different
another
cultures,
one of those institutions that we were talking about with the book.
Different peoples, different places, different times, different ethics, different norms. Yes, but still a creation of human culture. Ultimately, objectively, it is. And then the state comes around. Initially, you could say monarchy, but then other forms kind of develop from there. Now you have things like marriage licensure, and now allegedly in this hypothetically enlightened 21st century America, everybody's supposed to be all excited because of the Obergefell decision, which now just extends marriage licensure to homosexuals, and this is progress, quote unquote. How? Marriage licensure originally began, for anybody who understands history, as a form of basically penalizing individuals, couples, romantic couples, for engaging in what the state itself called, quote unquote, miscegnation. Basically, people with different colored skin copulating together and presumably having families too. I mean, so how do you go from something that wicked and evil to, and totally violating the non-aggression principle as an aside, to this is now assigned to a now extending said licensure, and now that, I mean, that's as a mark of some sort of human progress. I mean, that too is controlled schizophrenia as well. So what I'm trying to say is that the first realm, when you have that intersection of culture and government, you have controlled schizophrenia. You have basically the whole thing becomes hypocritical very fast, very quickly, and there is an undue influence of the one on the other, and sometimes even reciprocal.
Right. The culture, I definitely agree.
The culture gave birth to the state, but then even if that were true, the state also changes cultural norms as well, like with militarism and a couple other things. So it's very similar to the Vonuan notion of like the servile society, where yes, there is the state, there is government, but then you have these different people in the culture that are, and here's the key word, enabling the state. When you have things like Blue Lives Matter, when you have leftist types basically saying pay your taxes, otherwise you're cheating, you're cheating on your taxes or whatever, those are all cultural admonitions. Actually, here's a really good one I'll end my rant on. You look back at the 20th century, last century, every time there was a world war, remember both world wars happened in the 20th century, at least thus far in human history. The only world wars have been in the 20th century. You look at both world wars. It wasn't even so much the draft of the wars. It was actually the mothers and the women of these so hypothetically enlightened Western cultures that actually shamed, and it wasn't even so much the shaming, it was the pressure, the familial pressure against young men who were of draft age to go up and get blown to bits for the glory of the state. That is the danger of the first realm, is that they use guilt and they use some other forms of legitimacy not directly tied to the state to, in a circuitous way, legitimize the state's actions. The culture is the enabler of the state's coercion, in other words.
Oh man, yeah. So let's go ahead, and I guess we've kind of already started this, but let's I guess officially begin to close out. I guess what I'll say here for this introductory episode on the second realm, and I guess in this one the first realm with Kyle. There is, I mean, I can't think of anything positive about the first realm. I really can't. And along with that means that I don't see anything good about Western culture or Eastern culture, any culture that whose society is based off of force and coercion. And I do want to reiterate again. Which is, we've been harping on this a lot, and I think it's a really, really good thing, because I don't hear, I mean, there's some discussion on it, but I don't think it goes this in depth. But culture is just as important. I mean, the state is obviously evil. There's no doubt about it. But the culture, without a subservient culture to go along with it, the state would have no power. I mean, if you look at Etienne de la Boétie and the discourse on voluntary servitude, if and I'm going to paraphrase badly, if people stopped obeying those in power, the would crumble. The state would crumble. So yeah, it's culture that I mean, again, you used to kind of the chicken, did the chicken come before the egg or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But culture definitely empowers the state, and that's I think the major obstacle for Vonuans or for second realmers is trying to I guess first off withdrawing from that culture and actually pursuing freedom, and then beyond that avoiding the coercion of the state by also avoiding the coercion and controlled schizophrenia of those in the first realm. So yeah, I think that's about all I have.
As a conclusionary point, I would just like to bring up the flag. There was that wonderful trilogy you wrote a while back about the flag and the legalities thereof and such, mm-hmm. which I encourage everybody to read. But one thing that I think was I think at least a decent takeaway was that, yes, you did focus on, at least in the one article of the three, you did focus on the legalisms and the lawfare of the Title IV flag code, and how like people are like that the patriots of various flavors are like totally committing mass civil disobedience without even realizing it. And of course, mm-hmm. the federal government does not enforce those laws. Not that I am implicitly encouraging them to do so. I'm just simply saying they're not. Therefore, they're hypocrites.
Oh shit! I think they should. Like I mean, I don't like the use of force and coercion, but one thing that would completely illegitimize the state is if they started going after people wearing American flag shirts. That would be the tipping point. I think. I'm kind of being sarcastic there.
Well, you never know, but then again, yeah, considering other forms of oppression and coercion, maybe that would help some people, quote unquote, wake up. Maybe not. But in any case, the reason I'm bringing it up here is that the cultural norms regarding the displaying and use of Old Glory can at times be at odds with what the state in its laws specifically said. So sometimes the culture can kind of win out, even if it's only by default. But then again, consider the flag itself. And also right here in the book on strategy about the use of symbols. The flag is the Old Glory, the so-called United States flag in its current formulation with 50 stars, is actually a symbol first and foremost, besides, of course, literally being a piece of cloth. It is a symbol. Now, what the symbol means, what the value of the symbol is, that's what people get into literal fisticuffs about, like what happened in Portland the other year.
You stomp my flag, I'll stomp your face.
Right. It's not – now, for people who are more scientific and are more rational, we understand that this is basically a piece of cloth. What those protesters were really getting all protesty – is that a word, protesty? Can I coin that, protesty? Anyway, what they were getting all protesty over was the symbolism of the flag. Do you like America? Do you not like America? Was the presumption of the symbol, even though according to the laws and all that, it's actually a symbol of the United States federal government, but the protesters didn't care about that apparently. It was really more about America, presumably with a K, and whether you like it or not. And then, of course, the people burning the flag didn't like America with a K, and the people who were trying to save the flag and not have it touch the ground because reasons were, of course, in favor of America, maybe not necessarily with a K, but at least their version of America, which is apparently some sort of purity of some kind with American exceptionalism, city on a hill, and so on and so forth. Basically, all these myths, westward expansion, in the sense of it being like religiously divine or whatever. It's that kind of thing, more or less. It's Americana, but like a self-delusionary version of it, which is kind of unfortunate. That's kind of what I'm getting at. The protesters were all kind of getting at each other over symbols. And for some reason, some of them thought that the use of force and violence was appropriate when disagreeing with other people on the street.
To defend those symbols, yeah.
To defend the symbols. So neither of them cared about the law, which I thought was interesting because the laws were relevant here. Neither of them cared about the law, but what they did care about were the cultural was the flag as a cultural symbol of something. That's what people really felt very emotional about. Heck, you can even see, actually speaking about symbols too, just perfect thing to close out on. Look at the whole Confederate statue memorial thing, as well as like what we in the South would call the stars and bars. That's all symbolism from start to finish. What does it really represent? And notice that the one side usually claims that it's about history and preserving our history, blah, blah, blah. Then the other side is like, well, something, something, something slavery, therefore you're being bigoted, right? If you're in favor of the of keeping it on the public land or whatever. And then, of course, both sides completely ignoring that the symbols are on the government land in the first place. And they're not on private property. So they're kind of completely ignoring something that is actually what I think is a more important element of the whole so-called controversy. But notice it's all about symbols. It's not about the actual stone in the memorial, the actual real thing. And it sure as hell ain't about the piece of cloth of the stars and bars, also known as the battle flag of, I think it was Northern Virginia. No, it's not about any of that. It's about, well, what does the stars and bars mean? What does it symbolize? What does anybody really have a problem with a Robert E. Lee statue? Because ironically, as a side note, Robert E. Lee was actually in favor of abolition, just like Lysander Spooner. It was actually Jefferson Davis who wanted to do the stupid version of, well, we'll gradually abolish slavery through cultural assimilation kind of thing. Robert E. Lee actually wanted to abolish slavery immediately. But yeah, people kind of gloss over stuff like that because it's inconvenient to their political goals for, well, their political crusading. So political crusaders of any flavor have to be disingenuous because history does not fully back them up on much of anything. Because history, actual history, shows in some sense shades of gray, but I would say more importantly points out other things which are more important than whatever the limited, as a certain Austrian economist who shall go unnamed would put it, the 3x5 card of allowed political debate. And see, that's the problem with the first realm. It's all about putting people in a box and limiting the range of what is allowed to be discussed and even thought about. Because you have anybody else from, shall we say, the second realm that we're trying to build try to go beyond or otherwise outside of that 3x5 index card. And when we talk about things like cryptocurrencies, or we talk about things like canceling voter registration, or we talk about things like
assassination politics.
Yeah. Anything that any form of direct action, really. That's why the people in the first realm really have all sorts of weird emotional reactions. Actually, that itself would be an episode all into itself, is all the weird emotional reactions I've come across whenever bringing up direct action of any kind. whether self-defensive or of something else. I mean, it's like this range of how dare you basically spit in the face of reformism, really? How dare you spit in the face of political crusading? I mean, it's really quite volatile. I mean, I knew it was already kind of risky in one sense, but to kind of directly confront people and say like, hey, why don't you go live off grid, or why don't you go freelance if you don't like your job? You have one route of financial independence. Why don't you, do something like a real alternative? Not saying it works equally for everybody. I'm just saying, have you considered it? Even bringing it up in casual conversation is at least for me, at least here in the Austin area, is really walking up a hill quite a bit, so to speak. And it's kind of unfortunate that, I mean, I know like the Austin, Texas area has historically been very leftist, but I would have assumed that maybe some of them would be, shall we say, progressive in the sense of not being closed-minded. Oh, that's not true. They're only open-minded about superficial. No. They're only open-minded about superficial things like social justice. When it comes to anything that actually truly matters, things that are fundamentals, things that actually look not just at identity politics, but more importantly at real identity itself, like I was getting at earlier with the identity documents and so forth that are issued by bureaucrats, holy God, they freak out and act like conservatives. The reactions are absolutely fascinating. At least the conservatives I talk to, that are very much part of the first realm, at least when they get in my face and tell me how much of a traitor to my country I am, their words, not mine. At least they're in my face and have the honesty to tell me what they really think of me. The leftist types don't do that, or at least not as much, because they want to preserve some thin veneer of we can get along kind of thing. At least the conservatives are just straight up, go to hell, dude. They're just straight up authoritarian. They don't give a crap. At least the ones I've come across. But yeah, the first realm does have people with differing psychological dispositions, I suppose. But the similarities are where it's at. The nation state is God. You must pay your taxes. You must never disobey your God by, what's agorism? That's basically good people disobeying unjust laws. And the whole point of a second realm is to provide a layer of protection of private property borders for people who want to be outside that first realm, regardless of whether it's legal or not. Legality doesn't even come into it. It can be gray market, it can be black market, doesn't matter. It's an ethical enclave. What else can I say? So that's the philosophy of the first realm. It's all about force, and it's all about the initiation of force and legitimized monopoly coercion.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was I don't know. It was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body, and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Get some Pain Liberator.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe. Ooh, when I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rayo, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the